Okay, I'd like to call the Plan Commission meeting to order on Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Janelle, could you please take roll call?
Bertle,
Here.
Shampoo,
Here.
Gretzmacher,
Here.
Bell,
Here.
Schmitz,
Here.
Kane,
Here.
Okay, approval of the agenda. I would like to make a minor change to it before we approve it. Starting with number 6, A and B stay the same. C becomes close the public hearing on those two public hearings. We add D, discussion on text amendments, chapter 66, which is the STR. So we'll have discussion first, because I think there's a lot of things in the letters that people misunderstood that we need to clarify before we open the public hearing. So then E will be open the public hearing on the text amendments to chapter 66. And F, we will close the hearing, and then G, Plan Commission will have, if we have additional discussion. Is there a motion to approve as amended? I so move. Motion by Gretzmacher,
Second.
second by Bell. All those in favor respond with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. 4, approval of April 25th, 2023 Plan Commission meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve as presented, or are there any corrections, questions, comments?
Motion approved.
Second. Motion by Schmitz, second by Gretzmacher. All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. 5, comments, correspondence, and concerns from the public. Janelle, do you have anything for us?
not that doesn't pertain to an agenda item.
Okay. Is there anybody else joining us tonight that would like to address the Plan Commission on a non-agenda issue?
Where is the agenda printed? Or published?
It's posted throughout the village and, what, do you want a copy? Is that what you mean?
Because I noticed a couple of people walking in were wondering where the agenda was for the meeting. I'm just wondering also.
It's posted online
Okay.
and most people print it offline.
Anyone else? Okay. Item number 6, public hearings, discussion and possible action. A, zoning map amendment, CS1 to R3 on Country Lane, landmark real estate and development. I will open the public hearing at 5:33. Julie, do you want to take us through anything?
Sure. Landmark Real Estate and Development proposes an amendment to the zoning map to change the zoning classification of approximately 35 acres on the northeast side of Country Lane, approximately 1/8 mile south from where Country Lane turns north to parallel State Highway 42. From countryside to large lot residence, map amendment would allow for smaller lot sizes and accommodate a proposed 6-lot subdivision. So the applicant has submitted quite a bit of information which was put in the packet. Our job today is not to consider the subdivision, but to consider, is it appropriate to rezone that property? Is it correctly zoned now, or would it be better if it was zoned something else? I have given you a lot of information in the packet as well. I went through the zone designation, what the difference is between a countryside district and a large lot residence district. I also went through the soil suitability maps, so you could see what type of soils are out there to see what would be the best for that site. Basically, you have a ribbon kind of cut going through the middle that is probably not the best for development, but the rest of it looks like it has suitable soils. Wetland map, which shows wetlands at the far south. When you're looking at the property, it would look like it's the south corner, but it's really, that would actually be the northeast corner of that property. And then the land use map shows the property as residential along the road. And then a woodland, wetland, natural area further back. And then it does show, again, the wetland area in the far corner. I'm sorry, it shows yellow area would be residential, the orange would be rural residential. So most of the property was planned to be residential, and it was just that one corner that was where the wetland is, that it was to, the land use map showed it would be woodland, wetland, natural. And then, as I mentioned, the applicant has submitted quite a few addendums, so hopefully you've had time to read through all of those. The applicant is here and they're willing to present some more information for us. I see Troy standing up there.
So, yeah, I'm for Hewitt Property and Associates. I submitted everything on behalf of Landmark Development. That zoning area right now it's like, Julie said, it's an island. It's not cohesive with the surrounding properties. So all we're asking is to rezone it to a larger lot, not small lots, but 5-acre lots. And it would go in with properties to the east, to the south, to the west, and then the north is business. So if there's any questions, I can try and answer them, but that's the gist of this project.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Plan Commission have any questions for Troy?
I'm still concerned as to, even though your surveys say that there's only 2 little small wetlands there, the pictures that were submitted by the abutting landowner show that it's a pond for a good part of the spring and winter.
Okay,
How do you alleviate that?
engineering will design drainage courses through the areas that are underwater. If you look in the wetland report, it has historical photos that go back all the way to the 1930s. And it shows that over time, that was grass meadow. And then over time, it overgrown. It wasn't water. It was a wet year. But that's why Keith hired Robert E. Lee to do the engineering on the site if the plan goes forward, to alleviate any kind of water concerns that the village may have.
So when you say you're gonna design drainage courses,
Yep,
you're moving the water from where it naturally is.
no, we built up and around, it would stay in the same drainage course. We just designed ways to catch the water from preventing to go into it strictly. So rather than all the water being drained into that specific drainage course, we would reroute the water around into the ditches and appropriate stormwater features that is going to be on the north side of the road.
I would imagine a lot of this comes from underground and up.
I don't know about that without doing soil borings.
I thought somewhere I read that there were soil borings done.
By the wetland delineator for the wetland delineation, they do soil boring.
And so when you're designing these drainage courses, after you do that, do you end up then adding in fill to where structures will be built to make it higher?
Yes, that's the plan.
How comprehensive is the engineering? Is it limited to just?
I'm sorry, the Plan Commission is just asking Troy some questions right now. Anybody else? Sure.
I've been on the plan commission forever. And a couple of 100 years ago, before Northern Grill moved into its location, there was another restaurant. And one of the things they thought it would be lovely to have was a trout pond behind the restaurant where people could catch their trout and then get it for dinner. So they did it. And they came out one morning and there was no water left in the trout pond. It had all flowed downhill and collected back behind Open Heart, Hammersmith, in that area, which is where this is. So it's a natural catch-all for water from up on the hill.
Yep. And when we would design the subdivision, we'd be cognizant of that and have the appropriate easements through the area so that those areas would stay natural and undisturbed.
So if the water's not gonna be there, where is it gonna go?
Yeah.
Where
You
you
don't just make the water disappear, it just.
The water is still gonna go through the drainage area. We're not getting rid of the water. We're just, it's gonna be maintained and flowed and treated in the storm pond and then slowly dispersed back like any development.
So there would be a stormwater pond on the property, is that right?
Yeah, there's, yep. Could be greater than 1 acre of disturbance.
Anything else for Troy right now? Okay, anybody in our audience want to speak for or against this rezoning? Dan,
Hi,
welcome.
thank you. A couple things. One, I'm also concerned about septic fields. There is no sewer or water that runs down country lane to this property. And I know the Geisel parcel to the, well, what feels like to the south or however that is right there. And in one of the photos that I had sent, it shows the ponding area in the spring in front of the Scheistel's home. And in front of the Scheistel's home also is their in-ground conventional septic. That water was creeping up to within, a couple feet of that. And therefore, I don't know anything about these things. I mean, if a field is potentially underwater, what can that do to the wastes trickling onward down and potentially eventually into Green Bay?
Because I would presume they have either a conventional or a mound system.
They have a conventional, I believe, or at least a type of conventional,
Okay.
because it's fully in ground, there's no hill there.
Okay,
And that whole area, including my property, is, there's really good soil depths and. Also have some concerns about the roadway. I don't object to subdivision. I'm a real estate broker. That's also what I do. But that road creating kind of a dam or a block, as much as they have in their plan, a flow through a culvert under that road. As you saw in the photos, there's a lot of water there. I'm deeply concerned about that ponding there potentially, or backing further onto the Scheistel property next door. It's concerning to me, and I prefer that this be 3 11-ish acre parcels that fall within current zoning and limit the effect that that roadway can have on reaching all these lots.
thank you.
Sure.
Yes, sir, in the back.
John with Open Heart, brought up already, we're obviously very concerned about the water situation and, that I comment before about how comprehensive is the civil engineering study, and progressively gotten to a point the past several years, even without this development, where the water is becoming a big issue for us. I don't know exactly from where upstream is coming from, but this year it wasn't a huge melt off. It's the worst year we had a water bill. So, again, not objecting to any sort of development on the property, but the water's a major issue. Lots of sandbags, extra sun pumps, and crossing our fingers and praying that the water doesn't come in and kind of flood us out this year. One of the years it will, and anything that could contribute to that is very concerning for us.
Thank you. Don?
Yeah, I live on the opposite side of that property, and my back border would border on the area that they're talking about developing. Part of the wetland is on the edge of my property. That wetland has been there since I came here 36 years ago. It wasn't ever a meadow that I ever heard. It has had water in it every summer since we moved here. And, where it's ponding now is obviously what's part of that area. And that's where the water's gonna go regardless of how you channel it to get it there. And if it all goes there, then it's gonna raise up the water level on the back of my property as well as on Schisto's property. And or any other property that's high and dry right now. And I can't see any way other than putting in an evaporator and sending it to the sky. It's gonna get rid of that water without creating a problem for those of us who are there now. Or we have 10 acres. When we moved there, it was, zoned for 10-acre property for a house. I think it should remain that. I think if it ever becomes, smaller lots, then it should be a requirement for sewer and water to be put in. But that doesn't create, that doesn't solve the wetland water flow problem. Septic field, we have an in-ground septic field, which was replaced and new on our property about 20 years ago. It functions properly. But if the pond raises another 2 feet, it won't. And I don't think people who bought their property and paid to put in sewer and water and septic should be jeopardized because somebody else wants to come in and put a lot more small lots in there to, in order to have a development. And there's plenty of land here without putting it somewhere where it's gonna affect the other people's land that's already there. I have a number of other concerns if and when it becomes housing. I was entrances and exits, whether it be single family or multifamily, whether it would be, and we had a bed and breakfast for 7 years. At that time, bed and breakfast was defined as a home that people lived in, but rented out some rooms on a temporary basis. Bed and breakfast nowadays seems to be any place that's in a residential area that is rented out for short term, and anything that becomes that is becoming short-term rental property and ruining the neighborhoods because you don't have neighbors you know anymore. If you bought a house in a residential neighborhood and all of a sudden, which is already happening, then almost a stone's throw of where I live. If people are building or converting homes to short-term rental and nobody's living there, then it's no longer a residential area. It's a commercial area for profit. And so one of my concerns is that if and when something does go in there, it doesn't become rental property for profit in a residential area. I don't know how you solve that. I think you're working on it already, but that's one of my long-term concerns. I don't know how you solve the drainage. I can solve the drainage by leaving it like it is.
Okay, thank you, Don. Who would like to speak next? Yes, Troy?
So just to address the concerns, I would like the committee to consider the rezone contingent upon engineering drainage study of the site and for the perk test for septic systems. If you could include that in your recommendation or approval, we appreciate it.
Okay. Anyone else? Allison?
I'm just wondering about filling wetlands. I think the DNR has now allowed that, but what about Habitat for Wildlife? Is that something we want to promote?
They are not talking about filling wetlands. I know the DNR has allowed that for the new Fleet Farm in Sturgeon Bay, which I think is a sin and a crime, but that's here nor there. I don't think that they're not gonna be touching the wetlands.
Okay.
But if they change the drainage, then the wetland becomes larger.
Possibly, yes. Anyone else? Okay, at 5:50, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Have conversation amongst ourselves. Ron, you, as a old administrator, would you like to share anything with the rest of the plan commission or who's joining us
Well,
tonight on
Well,
the history that you have?
I don't know. The history is that property is wet. And you can tell me that you can, make it so that the village is not gonna have any problems at all with water on that property, I'm looking at a zoning map here in a zone right at the moment. What do we got? We got CS1 Countryside District, which it says it's a low density residential use. And the people before us who set up this map must have had the same feeling that we do, that it's a wet piece of property. And that's why they have a low density use. And here we're trying to put in 6 houses on it without any sewer and water. I just don't see it.
Thank you. I understand that the wetland delineation was done recently. And it is just that same corner of the property that's kind of always been delineated for a long time. But it doesn't talk about really the watershed that it is.
Right.
And so you have, it sits in a low spot. You have the top of the hill here in Sister Bay that's draining that way. You have the top of the hill where Associated Bank is, which is Liberty Grove, and then Ephraim, that's most likely all draining down there. Trying to design drainage courses. And even if you have a stormwater pond, and now you're adding in fill to raise any structures. I'm also worried about the septic fields that are currently in that area, plus the ones that would be built in that area. I am very uncomfortable in making it any denser than what it is. I agree with you that it was zoned this way and it may seem a little odd. You know, well, the area is a little bit odd, you know, there's B1 and then you have this, and then you have those odd single R1 lots that we don't even allow unless you're on sewer and water, and then you go, you know, to other size lots. But I think I would think we'd be remiss knowing what we know. And any of us locals know what that area is like. I appreciate Dan sending the photos for anybody to view, but we all know this.
You know, also with the sewer and water, it's always been the village's attempt to get rid of the private systems in the village. And here we're proposing a subdivision with private systems. I just don't see the reasoning behind that.
Do we have any more discussion?
Then maybe you and the plan commission and the village board got it right years ago. I think maybe you got it right years ago.
Mark that on our calendar.
Yeah. I agree with Ron, Nate, Denise, whoever else on the board that feels that this is my opinion is that there's
I can't hear you.
there's two, sections of wetland in there. It seems to be a wet runoff area. There's a lot of wildlife and, environmental concerns for that area. I'm concerned about the neighbors, what they're gonna have to deal with if that is developed and if, how the wetlands might change and the drainage and such. So I think it should stay the same zoning that it is currently at.
And also on one of the maps in here where it talked about, it's kind of the middle section that goes off into the wetlands where, was this you, Julie, who, okay, on page 24, where it's got LOB and then BN, and so and BN is not desirable to be built on, right?
Right, it's like a wetland going through there. It has drainage issues.
Oh. Yes, Marge?
I move we deny the request to rezone this parcel.
Motion by Gretzmacher, second by Bell. Any further discussion? All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Sorry, Troy.
Wrong.
6B, anybody know what page that starts on? As of
31.
what? 130, oh, I was on 59, that's gonna take a little. Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing for a conditional use permit application for recreational vehicle rental service at 2579 South Bay Shore Drive, which property is known as the mobile gas station by Thor Johnson. Thor?
Okay, Thor Johnson has applied for a conditional use permit to operate a Polaris slingshot rental business at the Mobile One gas station and convenience store at 2579 South Bay Shore Drive in a general business B1 zoning district. Johnson proposes to become a Polaris adventure outfitter, offering 8 two-person vehicles for lease from the property. So I have, we had a preliminary review of this at our last meeting because it is a conditional use permit. And then it went to hearing. We forwarded the comments on to Mr. Johnson. He made some revisions, which are in the packet. He knew that there was still concerns with parking, so he did submit us a revised parking plan today. And I handed that out to you. It should have been on your table when you came in. From a compliance perspective, the new parking lot would meet code. It's 5 feet off the line. It's got enough for a turning area. The thing that we're missing is the customer parking on there. There is concern with the sign, but I talked to Thor. It's something he can live with, you know, a sign on the building. Have to find some other way to advertise for the business. Originally, he had proposed 2 slingshots out at the road. He's proposing 1. So I think we'll need some clarification on Thor. Some of the documentation he gave us talks about how he would be providing 8 slingshots. And then one of the plans showed 9, and then the revised one we got today showed 10. So we would need clarification on how many. It may be, if he stays with the lesser number, he may be able to have the parking required for the customers. Because what happens is, as a customer comes in, they rent a vehicle, that space now becomes open for another customer. But you do need a couple of extra stalls in there for that first 1 or 2 customers to pull into. until they can back up and take their slingshot out. So I know Thor has a lot more information for us that he can present.
You might define what slingshot is, because I think a lot of the audience doesn't understand what's going on.
Sure, it was described in the meeting packet. It's like a three-wheel motorcycle, kind of looks like a little car, but it's actually a three-wheel motorcycle.
Yeah, so I am trying for only 8 of them, in the revised plan, that's just me showing that I would have, 9 spots. And if I put one up in front, during the day, I would have 2 open spots to kind of do that rotation when a customer comes, take a parking spot. Just kind of getting some room over there, but I will only have 8 slingshots in total.
I have a question for you, Julie. I don't understand what you said about the signage, because if
So
on the road where the mobile sign is, and that little, triangle out here, and there is a Nordor sign that for the gift shop that they put up. So why could Thor not put a sign there?
So the mobile one sign is a non-conforming sign. There's one ground sign for the property and it can't exceed 8 feet in height. So the mobile sign is non-conforming. And then people went over the years and they tacked on 2 more signs onto it. They kind of expanded that non-conforming sign.
Okay.
No, I know one of the things Thor and I talked about is would he be able to maybe put a for lease or for rent sign on the car that's sitting up by the road, or, could he put a magnet on the door? Is there something else
I
he
have a
can
problem
do?
with, we're way beyond the 20% criteria for
Yeah,
outdoor display. So that's why I thought if the sign, if he could replace the Nordor sign, that would give him attention out front. Well, this is gonna be a little off topic, I'm sorry, but the pictures that Thor has in where you were measuring different areas.
Yeah, that kind of changed direction because after the revised plan of where the customer is parking the spot of the slingshot, that kind of builds the picture of where we're standing and stuff. And if you look at like the plan with like the 9 spots in the back, I would go more so off that, because that is what I measured in the code.
Okay, well, this is what I meant. I'm gonna be off topic because we have a semi trailer that's parked on lawn, gravel, certainly not a paved thing.
That's Anna, so she's removing that.
But why was that allowed there?
I don't know, today was the first time I ever
I think
noticed
Julie
it.
and I kind of looked right at each other.
Okay.
I've never noticed it there. I don't know how long it's been there. I don't know if it's there because they're selling, but yeah, there's a.
You travel
truck there.
57?
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with the 8. I don't have a problem as long as what we were handed out tonight. Where the parking is, as long as they're 9 by 20 spaces, that there's enough clearance. I think that was measured. I think that still applies for getting around the building.
Yeah.
For the 22 or 24 feet, whatever that was.
I think there's even more room over there than what this even shows. From when you're doing the measurements, it's more than that.
Can I make a comment to that?
Yeah.
I printed this out and I went over there this afternoon or this morning, actually. And I parked parallel to where the blacktop is. And I don't think that your parking here is going to work, because I was sitting there and the very large food service truck that came in did not make the corner around the building while I was sitting. So to have these few right at the corner of this building here, I don't think that's gonna work. But you have certainly plenty of other places to put parking on this property.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it in the corner there.
But this plan here, I don't think the food service people are going to enjoy working with you.
Oh, no, they're happy. I mean, the owner.
But they'll never make the corner around that building.
Well, it's actually a one-way.
Pardon?
It's actually gonna be a one-way there.
Yeah.
There's arrows there, they just need to repaint.
But he was very upset with me just sitting there. And I was parallel with the blacktop. Not perpendicular.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you noticed, but it's pretty torn up right
Yeah.
there. And I plan on fixing that up and making that more clean over there, and I could even extend that back a little bit if you make that a condition.
So Ron, your suggestion,
Well,
would your suggestion be then where the corner of the building, can you see this?
um,
Okay, you have better eyes than mine. So would be removing these two parking spaces there to
outside
make
of those two,
the turn?
and put them on the side of the building. And there's plenty of places to put parking spots in there. I just think that it's gonna be a problem with the trucks.
I think if it, also if we tried it one way, if we're having issues, I'd be more than willing to move two spots over.
Yeah.
How? Does it show where the propane tank is? I see it in the picture compared to where you're gonna be parking the slingshots. Because you can see, it's on page 137 and it's where that trailer is. And you can see, underneath on the one end of it, there's a propane tank. I think it looks like it's behind the dumpster. And is the dumpster what's protecting the propane tank?
No, the propane tank was pretty far behind that. I mean, the dumpster, you can kind of see on the left, is what the new owner said, yeah, we can put on the other side if we have to, but it was even, where you see the dumpster, that's probably 10-15 feet back.
Okay. So if they move the dumpster to a different location and the dumpster was at least protecting the propane tank, if somebody hit the dumpster, they were probably only gonna push it so far and not hit the propane tank. But if the dumpster is removed, now we have an open propane tank where traffic's moving. Wonder,
I'd be willing to put posts in front of it.
some ballards.
Yeah. Probably it's not a good one.
And he will come back for a sign, right? Because when I passed by there the other day, I think what I saw, nothing to do with Thor, but the owners of that gas station had way more window signage than what is allowed by the code, and so they would have to remove that before another sign could go up.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't authorize any signage until the signage is brought into compliance.
I'm just saying that because I noticed it the other day. Saturday when I was rummaging around town. Anybody else have questions? David?
Well, 2 years ago, we spent a lot of time listing out permitted and unpermitted uses around the area, and this was not a permitted use back then, and I would just ask everyone to think about, is this an appropriate use to now add back into that district?
Well, we're not really doing that. We're giving a conditional use permit. We're not talking about a text amendment.
That's correct.
However, we're saying then that we're considering it's appropriate use, so.
Yes,
But a conditional use is not what it once was.
correct.
That really changed almost about 2 or 3 years ago.
That's Act 67 again,
Our nemesis.
right?
I don't personally. I think if you were gonna have this anywhere, the B1 district is the place to have it. B2, absolutely not. B1, absolutely not.
Denise?
Yes, Lars.
May I say something in regard to the chosen location? The location was really chosen at the direction of Julie trying to find a place to get it out of the downtown area. So that's why Thor chose to locate it there rather than try to squeeze it in somewhere downtown. But there was sufficient room for ingress egress.
That's what I'm saying. B1 is the place for it.
Right.
I'm just not in favor of the the slingshot being out by the road and going against the code on outdoor displays. Other than that, I'm okay. I'm okay if we need to move two of the slingshots away from the corner of the building and locate them someplace else. There can still be 5 out there, which will draw attention. And having some bollards put up to protect the above propane tank. If the dumpster is moved. The dumpster stays there, then I don't necessarily have an issue, except, now that I say that out loud though, except if that trailer is moved,
The trailer's gotta get moved. Right?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's illegal.
And that's really not on Thor, that's on Ann.
Correct, correct.
They offered it, wanted to use it for storage, but.
Can I ask you, how noisy are these?
They're quiet, I mean,
They're quiet.
in a car.
Okay.
They're not, and not, I mean, motorcycle louder than a car.
When I first saw this, I didn't really like it, and then I was talking to somebody who was explaining, well, how is this different than a car? And it's really not any different than a car. Other vehicles can go just as fast as these can. I don't love this use, but I do think that this is the best place for it in the village.
Janelle, do you have a motion written? Thank you.
Okay. That the plan commission recommends that the village board grant Thor Johnson's request for a conditional use permit that will allow the operation of a slingshot rental business at 2579 South Bay Shore Drive, subject to the following conditions. And then we'd have to formulate your conditions.
Okay, that there's 8 slingshots.
8 slingshots on site, okay.
That there is no display of the slingshot that extends beyond 20% of the front of the building. That he can park 5 slingshots on the south side of the building. Right, south? Yeah, okay. that is designated as a one-way lane around the building. And if the dumpster is removed from its current location, that bollards be put in around the propane tank to protect it.
5 foot side,
Pardon?
and it says 5 feet off the side lot line of the parking.
Yeah.
2 open spaces for customers.
Okay, hold on 1 second, I gotta get back there. Okay, so I'm not at the dumpster, what about 5 foot sides or whatever?
The parking area has to say 5 feet outside property line.
Okay.
It has to have 2 open spaces for customers.
Of the parking, okay, the parking area shall remain 5 feet off the lot line? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Lot line, okay, then what?
There must be 2 open spaces for customers.
There,
Stay on the asphalt.
and what about the asphalt?
The parking has to remain on the asphalt because we don't allow parking on the grass.
Okay,
And then there's the signage as well.
That they'll come back with.
okay. So at this
Not
time,
from
no,
that, but just have the signage would have to comply with code, right?
Well, yeah, that you and I would sign off on,
Right.
yes.
this,
Yeah.
okay, how about at this time, no approvals granted for related signage. Mr. Johnson must submit a signed application to the employees in the village office.
And would you be so nice to read all that back?
Sure. All right. I'm not gonna read the prelude stuff.
Okay,
Okay, 8 slingshots, no more than 8 slingshots will be allowed on site. No display of slingshots shall extend beyond 20% of the building. 5 slingshots may be parked on the south side of the building. The land around the building shall be designated as one way in the area where the parking lot will be. If the dumpster is removed from its current location, bollards shall be installed. The parking area shall remain 5 feet off the lot line. There must be 2 open spaces for customer parking. The parking must remain on asphalt surface. At this time, no approvals are granted for related signage, and Mr. Johnson must submit a sign permit to, application to the employees in the village office.
So moved.
motion by Kane, second by Gretzman. Any other discussion? All those in favor respond with an aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed,
Nay.
opposed, motion. Motion carried 4-2. Okay,
Thank you.
good luck.
Thank you.
Did I close that public hearing?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so now we're at 6D, discussion on chapter 66 text amendments, correct?
You know, Schmitz and Schwenkel were forward.
Yes. Did you get some wording on that?
I did, I'm not talking about this.
Okay, all right. So I think it's best if we start on page 146. Where Julie wrote down everything that would be added, deleted, and then also in red highlighted things that we should probably have a conversation about. Take the lead. All right. Or do you want me to just go through it?
No, that's fine. I'll take
Okay.
the lead on it. So just for everybody in the audience knows, this was part of the meeting packet, which was online. So what I had done is based on some of the concerns I had heard about the chapter 66 amendments, I just made red notes in here for us to discuss and consider. So, I hadn't heard anything about the, amending 660311 regarding, the zoning district, but when you got to, on page 1, what's shown in as parent 10, it said transient lodging, so this would be for residential condominiums, and it, we had talked about an amendment that said transient lodging and or short-term rentals in residential condominiums for multiple family dwelling units authorized by a development agreement prior to the adoption of the section of the code. So what that meant was, if you had a development agreement before this got approved, you'd be okay. But it stayed silent on all other condominiums. So my question was, or just an observation, this still doesn't do anything about those other condominiums, those R2 condominiums. And so my comment that I had added there was, do we just treat them as non-conforming and allow them to continue? Maybe even with time constraints, provided their bylaws would allow them? Or what do you want to do with them? I don't think we can just ignore them.
I think we're
Unless that's what you want
wrong.
to do.
No, I think we're wrong to treat anything as non-conforming that has not been a legal non-conforming. This is just non-conforming because they were never allowed.
Right.
So I feel that it's our responsibility to either stick with the code that we have, which never allowed them, but people had them, and until the village came up with a license, then we found out who had them. They were given licenses in error, which is the village fault. Or we reference that other part of the code where it talks about 80% of condominiums or R2 condominiums need to be owner occupied, and 20% of them can be rented out for short-term rentals as long as the bylaws of that association allows them. I think those are our choices. I think we need to pick one. But before we do that, because this is item, you have this as number 10. I can't find where 10 goes in the R2 section.
So are you in 0312?
Yes,
You know, do you know why?
why?
Because
That's
you're,
what I'm asking.
yeah, it's because you have an old code.
Well, why don't I have a new code?
Because what happened is we added duplexes this winter, so the
So there was a
number-
9,
Yeah, so
because
the number
everything here only went to 8, and
Yeah.
I'm like, 10 makes no
my
sense.
code looked like that too. Yeah,
I'd
that,
like a new code, please.
Okay. It's being reformatted, but okay.
Okay. All right. So what is? Or do we want to come back to that? And hear testimony, from the public? Before we make that decision?
Let's come back to it.
Okay, so Julie will make note of that.
okay.
Okay,
So then on page 2 of the packet, under
that
the,
makes no sense to us because we go by,
oh, I'm sorry, on page 147. I'm looking at yours to be, on page 147. Under amending section 660403 parent F. We had put some language in there about driveways being surfaced. And really what it does, we were trying to make it very clear and reiterate the code. So anybody that had short-term rental could search short-term rental and find the rules that applied to them. We've heard opposition to that, so we can take that out and just not make, the attempt, I think, was to make it more user-friendly. But we could remove it and the code is still gonna apply to them. Because the previous section says all driveways in certain districts have to be surfaced with asphalt, so. Or you can leave it in there, but those were just my comments on that section.
there are a couple, exclusions. P1 and R3, which makes sense. But not R1. R1 is, we do have an R4. in our code, which is the smallest lot possible, of 4,500 square feet for, either small homes or cluster housing, but nothing is currently zoned R4. So R1 is the smallest lot then that we have, which is a 20,000 square foot minimum. So I feel that if you're in R1 district, your driveway must be paved because the lots in general, not all, are smaller. And I think to protect the neighbors from dust and gravel being strewn on lawns and et cetera, I think that should be a requirement. That's my rationale.
I think that's a different discussion from this though. I mean, I think really what we're saying is the code should apply to everyone. Fundamentally, that's what this is saying. I do think that we should look at that driveway ordinance, but I don't think that's part of this discussion today. We should
But-
stay within this.
But if you look at 660403F,
Yeah, the way the code reads now is if it's a residence in any district, it'd have to be surfaced. So you're right, Nate. And the proposal was to just make it very clear that if you're a short-term rental, which really, you're either in a condo or you're in a detached single-family home. Condos are paved. So that leaves the single-family homes, which are supposed to be paved anyway.
then explain to me on page 72 of the zoning code under F, surfacing. Parking lots and other areas in all zoning districts other than parks, R1, R3, R4, and CS1. All off-street parking, driveways, service roads, storage areas. Such other areas determined by the Plan Commission shall be surfaced with a concrete or cement, blah, 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 dust-free surface. So R1 in here says that other than.
I guess what I'm saying is we've got enough to talk about tonight without going down that rabbit hole.
Then tell me what the intent is.
That they be treated as the same.
Yeah, so just a clarification on the code. So when you look at the code, there's a title. And then if there's A, B, C, there's 3 separate things. If there was a subset under, how do I explain that? So the one Denise was reading, there's parking lots, that's one thing that talks about surfacing. Then there's driveways to serving single family residences, which is a second thing that we address. And then the third thing is all driveway approaches. So when we're looking at surfacing requirements, there's 3 categories.
Okay. I'm good with that. I just needed an explanation. Okay.
This is just the paving and not the amount of vehicle.
Right, this is just the surfacing.
Because I would agree that I would love to talk about, instead of concrete and asphalt, what the bridges did in their parking. But that's,
The pavers.
yeah, well, the gravel inside the mesh. Okay. But that's not tonight, I don't think, except that, as usual, we've got a bunch of non-conforming houses all over the village.
There's some, yeah. There's some of the short-term rentals have non-conforming driveways that are not gravelled.
So as you would
I
in a
mean,
normal
Not
situation.
paved. Not
Okay.
paved.
So, just to go down a rabbit hole, what the hell? Currently, if you are grandfathered into the code. You put in a structure and then we change the code, you're grandfathered until the use changes. If you change from R1 to SDR, does that invoke compliance?
It does. It's a change of use. It's an intensity of use.
What about Denise, like some of these, some of these properties are really old. They've always had cottages on them by the shore, or even on Spring Road and stuff. They've been families for years. And now they have to put in a paved driveway. They've always had cottages, say for 30, 40, 50 years.
No, because that's always been a cottage resort. That's always been a short-term rental.
It was
before the
never a
code.
single family home.
Okay,
It's
well,
different.
that's fair, yeah.
So I guess, my comment on that was, you know, if, I know there was some concern about how long the amendments were, how long the codes were, and people started questioning, why are you doing this? You can just remove it and the code basically means the exact same thing. We were just trying to make it more user friendly.
I think for as much lying as there has been on the applications and the deceit that has been uncovered, I understand making it shorter, but I also understand making it very clear what the rules are. But that's a call for this committee to make.
Sometimes shorter is clear.
Less is more.
It's in our code.
Been working with it for a lifetime.
So would that be a consensus, maybe to take that out of the final that goes to the board? After we hear testimony, I'm just wondering which ones I should focus on here.
So what part on page 147 are you talking about removing?
Amending section 660403, parent F parent to delete parent 3 parent.
Okay. Because the code still says the same thing.
Right, it's just
They
that
still have to meet that requirement. Okay.
it will just have to explain more to people as they come in, we can do.
As we know, that takes a tremendous amount of time, and I would rather use a little bit more paper than waste precious staff time.
Can we not reference the code? You just say, see this section?
We could, you know, I'd like to actually give them like a little guide that they can take with them, because make it very black and white. So I think that's where the challenge is, some people aren't referencing the codes, they're just, I think, going about their business, so to have that little guide. Hey, by the way, don't forget section such and such says, I think will help people.
How far are we away from having this be online in a meaningful way where you actually could like hyperlink to it and all that? Because ideally that would be the way to go about this, because most of these people are accessing it online. That's,
I agree. So Janelle went through and she reformatted everything so it would be more user friendly. And then I'm on the land division chapter and the administration chapter. And have been stuck there, haven't been able to get back to it, but hopefully we can do more, even next month. I'd like to at least have the administration chapter back to the committee for discussion. So the next one then would be, below that, amending section 660403I. It was spelling out, you know, if you had a home, this is how many parking stalls you had. So right now the code says if you have a single family, so if you have a detached single family home, you shall be limited to parking within garages and on the residential driveway. That's still in there. And we were talking about adding said parking spaces shall be designed to be a minimum of 9 by 20 long. That wasn't anything new. Again, that was reiterating the code to make it very clear to people so they knew how long a parking stall is required to do. But again, that's something we can take out. We do require a turnaround. We don't have to spell it out here. We can paper link them to the parking standards, but again, it's easier sometimes if everything's in one spot, and that was the attempt, but we can certainly take that out.
so how does the rest of the commission feel about that? I mean, should we just be that verbose in there, or should we keep it? I mean,
When we did code revision 2 years ago, one of the things we were careful about was saying the same thing in 2 different or 3 different places and not keeping track of it. So I would still rather refer back to where it's set in concrete and not try to get the words exactly right here. Agreed?
We got bit by that a few times.
Right, right.
So moving along then, the next one was amending 660403J1A. And so we require a home, you know, if you have a garage, if you build a home, you have to have a garage yet, that counts for X amount of parking spaces. This was saying, the single family dwelling has to have 2 spaces per dwelling unit, has to have that. There was no maximum. This said properties licensed as a short-term rental and detached single-family dwellings, regardless of the number of bedrooms rented, shall provide a minimum of 2, which is what the code says, and not more than 4. So it put a maximum on, and that was where I think the concern was. A lot of these driveways are small, of course, but I think the real concern came with residential neighborhoods and all, once you've got 20 cars there. I mean, I think in your neighborhood this weekend, Patrice, we had some issue. I had some calls. There were so many cars, they couldn't fit in the driveway. They parked on the street overnight, that type of thing. So that's what that's about. And I think we need to make some decisions on that.
That was that due to the rummage sale, or was that due to the short-term rental?
Short-term rental.
Okay. Good to clarify.
So that's, like I said, I think we need to make some decisions on that. Recommendations, I should say, to the board on that.
I think if there's a larger home on a larger lot, there can be more parking. But then I think that there needs to be, I don't want to say a separate application, but an addendum or something of that nature. That if you have an 8-bedroom house, in a 3-car garage, I think it's just in an additional form that then either staff or plan commission or somebody needs
Maybe has to review
to
it.
review it for, because we do talk about, and we turned down somebody, I think just last year, that came to the plan commission that had 3 different ideas for a driveway right on Bay Shore Drive. They wanted to keep the dual access, and we said no. And then they had chosen to pretty much pave the whole front yard, which is against the code, and we said no. And then we came to the 3rd alternative that worked for the homeowner and the plan commission, and said yes to that. So I think there are some places, but if they want more than 4 and everything according to the code needs to be on premise, then the staff needs to devise a form that they fill out.
No, Denise, would it be helpful at all if there were limits put on how many people you can put in a house? Cause the house right across from me, that's brand new STR, advertises 15 people. They have 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, that's 5 people per bathroom. Where are they gonna put all the cars? See, I think if we looked at that too, maybe there wouldn't be as many cars. I don't know, but that's what's happening.
Something proportional to the.
Yeah.
Number of.
Well, when I had talked at the board, thank you, Julie. And I went down that,
You had the VRB holder.
yes, yeah. Oh, were you zooming in, listening, David?
I take the liberty of waiting a couple of days. And
I listened in too.
So I had gone on to VRBO and made a presentation to the board at last Tuesday's meeting, where it talked about how many bedrooms, there's the piece of paper, there were how many people, how many bedrooms, how many beds, and how many the house sleeps. And obviously, if it was a 2 or a 3 bedroom home and it said that it slept 4 or 6, obviously they're not on this list because that is reasonable and appropriate. And that is the way most single families live. Because my concern then was, is this really single family living? When there's 6 bedrooms, 15 beds, and it sleeps 22. 6 bedrooms, 15 beds, sleeps 14. 2 bedrooms, 7 beds, sleeps 12. Normal families don't live like this. I'm sorry. And yet they're not considered a business. And yet, but they're not behaving either like a family. And there is one of the many conundrums. I mean, I won't go through the whole list, but it's quite staggering. And I only went through 25 of them. Maybe I didn't go through all the 107 or whatever that are licensed within the village. But I will get to that someday and hand it out to everybody. So I agree, Patrice. What my comment to the village board was, and I think this is more for chapter 18, which is the licensing aspect. I believe that we find a rational multiplier. However many bedrooms you have in your house, and I'll just throw out, you get 2.5 people per bedroom. And that is the max. Period.
Well, and don't forget that the uniform dwelling code says you get, offhand, top of my head, I think it's 400,
Cubic.
400 cubic feet per person is what you're supposed to have, you know, and if you're exceeding that, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. But there was a little pushback on, at the board meeting, I felt there was a little pushback on trying to incorporate state health and safety standards, saying, is that really our role as a village to look at health and safety? I think was one of the questions on that. But that could address some of those overcrowding concerns that we're hearing about.
Because obviously what happened in your neighborhood was awful this weekend. Okay, sorry, I got.
Okay, so so that's something that I think we're gonna have to visit is the parking. Should there be a maximum? Is just one part of that puzzle.
So we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there was concern about the fact that we would not be allowing boats, campers, etc. in driveways, but we don't right now. We don't right now. We say you can't have it there more than 24 hours right now. So right now you could have it up to 24 hours. And the amendment did say just not at all, because how do you go around and police a short-term rental on weekends counting? It's been there 19 hours, it's been there 27, so it was easier to just say not at all. But that is one we've heard some concern about. So after the testimony, we'll have to look pretty closely at that.
I think the intent of that was to not have people have storage outside of their building. I mean, that's what I recall when we reviewed it years ago. So we touched that a couple different times, all the way back to Bob a couple of times. It was, we didn't want people storing these out there for any duration. So I think that 24 hours is what we landed on there. And I think that we should keep that in mind, that was, at least that's what I perceive the intent, long-term storage.
Yeah, I know there's an exception in there, so like if you want to, we put a caveat in the code, so if you want to store it, it says, I think it has to be on the side of the building or in back to address the storage aspect.
It's on page 80 of the code. That they be located in the rear or side yard and not closer than 10 feet to a side or rear lot line.
So that same would apply, please.
Yep, because we would include the except as provided herein would still stay in that.
But it doesn't mean front yard.
But I mean, that, I guess what I'm getting at is, we're trying to have it be the same as it is other places, so we're being consistent.
Yes,
It's getting that.
yeah, that would stay in there.
I called Julie a while ago about new owners across the street from me. Parking on the lawn, pickup truck, 2 cars, boat, the trailer. Sent him a letter and took care of it.
So then the other one that was a concern was shared driveways. I've heard some concern on that, so something to think about is just adding, unless approved by all property owners who share the driveway. Instead of just flat out prohibition, say, okay, we'd allow it, but everybody on that driveway's gotta agree to it. Because if the driveway gets blocked off, they have to be consenting to that, so.
Reasonable.
And then the other one that I heard more about was, 66077G7 prohibited signs. We say that signs can't be painted on rocks, but we missed the or affixed to trees, and I gotta tell you, that's pretty standard in the zoning code, to say or affixed to trees. Or on public infrastructure, I mean, people can't go putting their signs on our poles or anything. But, I think we should consider adding or attached to truck bodies, furniture, yard art, mailboxes, school bus waiting shelters, or similar objects. And believe it or not, it is a concern. We have somebody downtown who keeps putting signs on chairs.
On the patio.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of complaints about that one. So that's just something to add there. Just some discussion on non-conforming resorts. Right now, there's no language in it. The language, I've heard some pushback on that, but I think people didn't understand what it was. What it was saying is, if you have a cottage resort that predates the code, you are allowed to just keep operating the way you were. So it was clarifying it, was making it so people understood this was here and you're just leaving it alone. I think everybody understands. I think a lot of people feel that's how Sister Bay was formed. You know, as a kid, you came up, you went to this resort, maybe it had 3 cottages, 5 cottages, or whatever. They've been around forever. I don't think anybody really wanted to touch that because it is non-conforming. It predated the code. And you can't really make it, you can't really touch it. It's all grandfathered. So this was making it very clear. Those are grandfathered. You're not touching them. And then we get into the definitions, okay? And this is where it gets a little trickier. So condominium residential. So right now, the code says that it has to be owner residential condo, which is where you're finding those in R2 usually. They have to be owner occupied when it's rented, and we don't think that's happening. It cannot exceed 30 days in a year, and we're pretty sure, we know it's exceeding that a lot of times. And they're not allowed in R2, so part of this earlier says, you know, what do we want to do with these? You know, should we allow them if they have development agreement, if their bylaws say it's okay, what do you do with them? But this was also looking at that definition and saying, you know, we had talked about adding language about time constraints, but should we also add, provided their bylaws allow a property to be leased as a short-term rental? Because one of the concerns I have, and I think we talked a little bit about it, is there's people that want to rent these condos, but there are some condos that don't want short-term rentals. And we have heard from them. And we don't enforce bylaws or deed restrictions, but if that condo, I mean, they can't do it right now. And if that condo association is saying, we don't want them, should we be saying, you can do it as long as you get the approval of your bylaws? Because otherwise we're not protecting those other people that have thought they had protections all these years. So that's something to think about with that definition. And then we get to short-term rental definition. That's the last thing on my list that I've heard comments on, for chapter 66. And I think we just, I think we need to make it very, very clear when it says once in 7 days, that means it's one party in a 7-day period. I think that has to be clarified.
Not one party, one
I'm sorry,
One rental. and
one rental in a 7-day period, I think, because I think people were thinking that it had to be a 7-day rental, and oh my God, nobody stays 7 days, but that's not what it said, so I think we have to clean that up to get rid of that confusion in there.
Could you explain that? I don't understand what you just explained.
So the.
4 days is okay?
Yes. Yeah. So it would be very clear that, you know, if you had a 7-day period, somebody came in and rented it 4 days, that's okay. So let's say Monday through Thursday, they rented it, but you don't have somebody come in and then do Friday and Saturday. You've used up that allotment in that 7-day period. And I think that was our intent.
Yes.
And I think we have to make that very clear. If, depending on what happens after the hearing today, if that's what we want to send to the board or not, or if we want to make other changes, so.
Is it typical when we do that, because other people have done this, do we state what a week is, like Monday to Sunday,
So the way it's written, it says a consecutive 7-day period. So we
Okay.
could, because, you know, you can't really, I don't think you can really say Sunday to Saturday, because if I went someplace, I'd probably go Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now I'm in 2 weeks.
Okay.
That one, I don't think that'd really be fair.
So they just, so the short SDR operator is gonna have to keep track of the minute they start. Anytime they have a rental, they have to pause X amount of days before they can rent again.
Right. It's gonna have to be blocked out on their Airbnb or their VRBO.
I'm sorry, could you?
What's the purpose of that? Who came up with it?
But
Yeah,
we-
why? Where
We
did this
will,
come
when we open the public hearing, I'll let you all ask those questions.
Can you
So
explain
just
what you
to,
were
so,
saying?
so we're not in a public hearing yet and we won't answer questions, but, because we take testimony, but just as a reminder for everybody here, that's the one thing the state said we could do was require once in the 7-day period.
It gave us two things that we could regulate.
The 7-day period and the 180 days. So those were the powers they gave us. And when we had discussed this earlier, it was, okay, well, if people want us to allow them everywhere, let's have that trade-off. We'll allow them everywhere, but let's put some protections in there. And the plan commission had exercised their authority, so to speak, what the state had given them, and they put it in the recommendation.
Because as I stated, I can't remember, it was here or the board, when the legislature passed this law, which actually was in a budget, they gave us that 2 criteria that communities could use to regulate. And the reasoning is that anything longer than 180 days, they considered a commercial activity in a residential district. And so we have heard over and over and over again that these are not commercial, these are not businesses. And that is what the legislature said, that gave us that 180 days that we could limit. Therefore, not creating a bit, we don't allow hotels or motels in residential districts. So it's the tool that they gave us that we want to implement. So before we open the public hearing to everyone in our audience, are there any other questions that the Plan Commission has for Julie?
I think all the other ones that were in here, I haven't heard concerns over, unless somebody else has had some, but those were just the ones I've been hearing about, so I wanted to address those for you.
I guess, Julie, if you could, during the trustee meeting, you mentioned 80% of the applications you are getting are incomplete. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wish I had that spreadsheet here. It's even more than that. I did a bunch of them this weekend. It's more than that.
So I think that somehow, as the people start to comment, they're trying to run a business and they can't fill out the forms, I mean, the 80% is a pretty big number, and the list of things that you're asking for, to me, sounded like everybody should have in a file cabinet somewhere in their house.
Julie, can you just tell us how many, short-term rentals are in Sister Bay right now, and how many are applications you still have to go through before July 1st?
Oh, boy, I don't have my spreadsheet here. We spiked, you know, so a lot of people are applying right now because they're concerned about the rules changing. We're a little over 100.
107 was the last count without anybody, that, I think that's what we had last year.
That included the hotels. So if you're looking at just the homes, you're about, it's about 100, maybe 105, maybe. And how far am I? I went through every application except. I have not done R2 because I can't do R2. They cannot operate right now. You know, so I can't do anything with those applications until something happens here. The other ones I have not processed, I got a lot of just 1-page things. I put those on the back burner and I'm like, I'm not even wasting my time. I mean, you know, if you ask for 4 things and you couldn't give me a check, you couldn't give me one of the 4, those are just incomplete. I can't waste my time on that. But the other ones, I got a hold of everybody, which is a lot, I don't know, 80 maybe, I don't know, and said, look, I'm trying to deem you complete, just in case things change here. I just need this, and this. I mean, they made a good attempt. They really did. These people made a really good attempt. Maybe we just needed 1 or 2 things. So I wrote them and gave them until today. So tomorrow I start reviewing and completing all of those. So what happened, just so everybody understands, is the way the code is written right now, we will accept a renewal. So if you have a license and you want to do it again this year, we accept that up until 45 days before effective date. So that would mean this past week. So you had to have that renewal application in. Actually, the date was the 16th, the day of the board meeting, because I know my mind, I'm like, what? Now, why are we trying to get things done at the board meeting? It was so people knew what the new rules were, but so they had to have that in. So if they did not, if you had a license and you didn't submit a renewal, you can't do that now until after July 1st. And then if you are new, you can submit that, but you have to give me a complete application. And like, I've had people that have built new home and they're not even in the home yet. And I'm like, well, if you haven't even had an inspection to determine it's a dwelling, you gotta wait till we know that it has passed the building inspector and it is actually called a dwelling now. And you'd need your DACAP license and inspection, and they can't do that until that home is complete, you know what I mean? So there's some of that. So there's people, but they have at least tried, you know, they've given us parking plans, they've given us as much as they can. So we're trying to work with these people, but there is a certain group that it was like, I just got a piece of paper and I'm like, I don't have time to deal with that. I'm dealing with the people that put a good faith effort in.
Anything else for Julie? Okay. So at 6:58, I would like to open the public hearing on text amendments to chapter 66, short-term rentals. Now it is your turn to speak. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Tricia Price, and I own a condo on 10692 Gulf Road, and I am one of the, 16 non-conforming condos that were granted a license, and now are being told that we can't legally have one. And I appreciate the amendment that we can potentially have one now. And I would just ask the board to consider, I mean, there's a lot of non-conforming uses in the whole STR thing. You know, there's what, the 4 condos that have a development agreement that are gonna be allowed to continue to do short-term rental, is my understanding, the Goki. And then we talked about the resorts that we're gonna allow them to continue on, because they thought that they had their protection as well. So I just think that's a good support for you to consider letting us, what is there, 16 of us in the R2?
Well, it would
district?
be for all R2 districts
Right, but the
and
ones.
20%. So it's
Okay.
not just 16, this opens it up
To
to
everyone.
20% of each of those condominium units, if they allow them.
This would be good for everyone who treated people in every area.
Thank you, Tricia. Would like to speak next? Yes, sir, in the white shirt.
Yeah, my name is Rick Roderick. I live in Sister Bay at 10547 Sherwood Court. And, are we having a dialogue now, or is this some monologue?
I can certainly, we can answer questions.
Oh, you can.
You are guaranteed
Okay.
a right to speak.
Sebastopol claims to have 81 STRs. And, I would like to know how many Sister Bay have.
A little over 100.
And I would hope that we could get a list of them with addresses, so we could determine if there's some sort of uniformity in the distribution, or if they're bunched up in some areas.
We do have Heidi, our clerk, has a map with pins in it. It was here at our board meeting last Tuesday. It is hanging in the office. If you would like to go, and you can visit that and view it in person for yourself.
All right, yeah, if there's really bunched, a lot of them bunched up in one area, I would think there would need to be some kind of adjustments or restrictions to that. So one unit isn't getting all the STRs clumped in.
We cannot do that. No.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Mary Kay?
I just have a question for clarification. When you talk about the condominiums in R2 that do have development agreements, will those be treated differently? I'm just asking because the developer had to go through the entire months-long process of getting a development agreement. If it is in their bylaws, I'm speaking specifically of Shoreview right now, just because there's a lot of confusion for me. And I would just like it just as clear as possible.
So I think that's part of what we want to hear, is what should be done with those R2, because there has been, you know, we have something written in here, and I think there's been some conversation, should that be changed? Is it really fair? Should it be different? Should we do something? So I think that's something that we'll discuss further after we hear more on it, Mary. So if we hear, I know I'd be curious what people think on the R2, because I think that's one we're struggling with.
It's okay. Again, it's Mary Kay. I apologize. I'm just confused simply because certain developments were slated specifically for short-term rental. They are in areas that were blighted, and the village seemed happy at the time to be developing the old schoolhouse property. So you can see our confusion, because especially with Shoreview, 20%, if it's applied uniformly, that's less than 4 units out of the 18. So what do you do?
And I believe I already have more applications than that.
So I can call tomorrow and find out if you decide.
No, we'll have to make that decision here tonight.
Yeah, because right now they just, they're not allowed. Right?
But they are allowed. They were specifically written into their development agreement for rental.
Well, and that's why one of the proposals was provided they had allow them, provided they have the development agreement. But that's not on the books yet. That's part of this proposal.
And that was just my question, just trying to fact gather and understand it better in my own mind. The people that do have development agreements, especially a place like Marina View, which specifically specified that 4 people have it deeded into their deeds. I'm just, we as realtors are trying to do the right thing and not mislead the general public. You have to understand that on some of the Sister Bay inventory, we were told point blank by other area brokers, not necessarily from this area, not members of our board. I'm representing so-and-so, and then their children will be living in this home on 2 different occasions that happened to my office. And then 4 weeks later, we saw it show up on Airbnb, so we just want to be succinct in what we are doing and what we are telling the general public. I also wanted to say thank you for taking your time with the signage, because that was, we really appreciate from the Board of Realtors, you trying to make that uniform with what we're already releasing at our level. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Carol Penway and I'm on South Highland Road. I have 2 questions. One, in our subdivision, as far as I know, it was designated as a residential area. And now with all the verbals coming in, it doesn't seem like residential anymore. There's got to be some kind of something that you can contain, something, maybe a percentage, because it's getting a little bit out of hand in that area
The law does not allow us to do that at this time,
at this time.
because it was one of the questions that I had made to the village board last Tuesday. Is if we are at approximately 10% of our single family homes are STRs right now. What's the breaking point? Is it 20? Is it 30? Are we okay if half of our single family homes are STRs?
Being that way anyhow.
Well, the other thing is, why would we pay more, which is fine, to pay for for schooling? Increase our taxes for whatever the schools need. There's not gonna be kids going to those schools if it's gonna be all rentals, just letting you know. And the other thing is, when we moved in, we had to pay an impact fee because of our sewer and water usage. How are you gonna determine that for your rentals? If you have 15 people, 20 people in there, what are those places gonna be paying for an impact fee?
Well, they would have paid an impact fee when the home was built.
According to how many people are going to be in that home.
According to how many residential equivalent units are in that structure, and that means sinks, showers, faucets, etc. So everybody has paid that when they built a new building. And the usage, whether it's 4 people in a home or 24 people in a home, you pay by the 1,000 gallons. There's a certain amount that's a fixed rate that you just pay the minimum, and anything beyond that, I think it goes by your charge for every 1,000 gallons. So then they pay by how much they're using.
Yeah, I can understand that. But the point is, if you put up, say we have 5 new homes going up, not going to be single family homes. They're going to be verbals, and there's going to be 10, 12 people in there. They should be charged accordingly from the get-go, that there's going to be 10 and 12 people in there. Not just husband and wife and maybe 1 kid. I mean, they're going to lie. That's what they're doing.
Yes.
So you do understand that. So they should have a much steeper impact.
Is there any difference if you're limited to half the year to 180?
You have to talk to us, not other people. Go ahead.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Lori Carr. My husband and I live 10513 Cherrywood Court since 2018.
and I've written a letter to the board and to the commission, so you've heard from me a few times. But there's a few extra things, and some of this might be redundant from what you just discussed tonight. But when we purchased our home in the single family subdivision, it had specific recorded restrictions for their use. These homes are all around 2,000 square feet, and they're built as single family residences. They aren't tiny homes in disrepair. They're not being purchased and upgraded, making our neighborhood look better. Most of our homes have all the desirable amenities to attract large groups of renters and are being snatched up for literally 2 to 3 times the assessed value. And they're immediately put into the STR pool. Within a 2 to 3 block radius of our home, which includes Highland, so this lady is apparently a neighbor of mine. There's going to be 12 STRs since last summer. So there's some that are applying for licenses, some that have the licenses. And here's a group of the letters that I've received, so I'm not exaggerating. These are some of the letters with copies of the licenses. And 2 of these directly touch our property. I would like to know how many STR owners in this room want all of these homes in their neighborhood. That at the end of Fall Fest, everyone disappears, and then we're left supporting our stores, our neighborhoods, our churches, our neighbors with their maybe shoveling or shopping or whatever. I think that the licenses should be dealt with fairly and not allowed to concentrate in specific areas. We aren't on the water. We aren't next to a fun park. We're a residential neighborhood. And 4.5 years ago, when we moved in, there was 1 on our street behind us, 1, and now there's going to be 12. So I have a copy of this article from the Gazette on Sunday addressing the same issues in Brown County. And the officials there say that they've inspected over 500 properties as STRs, a 766% increase in the last 5 years. The community development director of Ashwaubenon says the conversion of single-family homes to vacation rentals has made it more difficult for the village to add more residents needed to sustain the village and the school district. The ripple effect impacts affordable housing, school districts, and neighborhood cohesiveness in a way that's detrimental to our community, their community. Same thing for us. We're dealing with these same issues. I would like to ask the commission and board to please reconsider the numbers of licenses issued in defined single-family neighborhoods. And I know you're saying that you can't right now, but this state law, there's always loopholes for every politician to worm their way in and get what they want. And I think that a loophole could be created that you give a fair percentage to districts. And I'm not talking about cottages or resorts that have been here for a zillion years. I'm talking about the neighborhoods where we have school buses and kids, and all of a sudden now we have 10 rentals next to us. And like Therese said, that home is near us too, 10 cars in the driveway over the weekend, and no, they were not part of the rummage sale. So we would like to live in a village that we love, but not be surrounded half the year by vacation rentals, which didn't exist when we purchased. We were tourist years before, and we always stayed in local hotels, lodges, and resorts. We need full-time residents to support our community churches, schools, and organizations in the off-season. They are the base on which this tourist area is built. A final note, I would think it would make sense if all of the northern Door towns and villages adopted similar rulings on STRs. So one area, like Sebastopol, that's so strict, doesn't force all of them to come running to Sister Bay because, wow, we're really lenient and we have more fun here than Sebastopol. So please consider your year-round residents before they all disappear.
Thank you, Laurel. Just one comment. There are many communities waiting in the wings to find out what Sister Bay passes so that they can do the same. Would like, yes, in the back.
I want to follow up. I want to follow up with what she said. It's a double edge. So many houses are sold to people who don't live here year round. So what's worse? Having a tenant 5 days out of the week that's gonna spend money, or having somebody that owns a house that's only here for 4 months out of the year. Either way, it doesn't help out with the employee housing issue that we have. When her and I bought the Kramer Farm in 2014, Sister Bay was a ghost town. He flipped it upside down. He was allowed to do whatever he wanted. This is the repercussions to what Zeke did. It absolutely is, for better or worse. We got great infrastructure, but we didn't get anything to. Well, I mean, okay, downtown Sister Bay, this will post a picture. There was like 9 empty businesses. It was a ghost town. It was. Now every business is full. If you take into consideration the amount of money that the village of Sister Bay puts towards advertising for tourism, we asked for this. This is what the village wanted. It wanted all of these extra people to come here. Maybe not the residents, like people that live here year round, but this is what you all advertise for. I mean, what do you do with all these people if all of the motels are full? Naturally, people are going to want to then rent out their houses for $1,000 or $2,000 a week. I see both sides of it. It's just crazy to me that it took 10 years for this to get to this point. And so many people have turned their houses into it. It just seems like a gross overreach at this point to put any sort of condition on it. I listened to that thing that Dave Elliott did 3 years ago. Talked the current board 3 years ago into allowing however much more money to be funneled into advertising. It seemed crazy to me then, it seems crazy to me now. And there's nothing stopping any of the current advertising. I mean, it just continues to go up, up, and up. So we, being the pinnacle of Northern Door, continue to advertise to tourists. Where are you gonna put them all? Where do they go? You know, you have to address one in order to get the solution to the other. That's it.
Thank you, Nick. Red shirt.
Yeah, my name is Fred Schilling and my wife Susan here. We live on 105 Cherrywood Court at the very end of it. 10546, I'm sorry. And I addressed the last meeting about some of these issues. And I'm very concerned. I myself have a Wisconsin real estate license for over 20 years. So I'm very familiar with real estate. So one of my questions to the board is, have you gotten any questions or any heat from any of the motel mom and pops, and there's quite a few of them within Sister Bay boundaries, that you're actually creating these STRs and taking away business from them? And causing havoc within residential retirement homes for people. And my wife and I, we've owned property in Sister Bay for over 30 years. So it's not just this come and go, and we live here full time. So I have many, many concerns, which I can't express all tonight, and we've heard a lot of them, okay? But we really need to address all the issues here. You just can't open up the doors just for the businesses so they can make more money. And I'm gonna make one comment and I'll sit down and shut up. But if you look at everything in the world, politicians, whatever, everything revolves around money. That's number one. Number two is power, okay? And the last one, let's face it, let's be honest, is sex. Those three are the top. They control everything. And money is number one. And like I said about the second one, and something's gotta happen here that we just can't keep on looking to fill the pockets of strictly businesses. You have to have some respect for people who have lived here a long, long time and are retired and want to live in a community which has everything here, especially water and sewer, et cetera, all those kind of things, but yet ignore the older generation who has come here to retire in some peacefulness, and not that you have a bunch of these rentals that they come in 3, 5, or 7 days, and they have loud music, and we have no control over it. That is not fair to us.
Thank you.
I said I'd shut up.
I'd like to make two comments. Yes, we have heard from, different owners of hotels and motels. Unfortunately, they do not, feel comfortable, talking about their business in public forums and how STRs have impacted them. So when they talk to us one-on-one, we are well aware and we keep that confidentiality. But so until somebody writes a letter or is willing to stand up at public forums like this and say, yep, my rentals are down because there's more and more STRs. I can't really talk about it, but I'm very much aware of it. And as I've stated before, it is the brick and mortar hotels, motels, in restaurants, taverns, gas stations, whatever, that are the lifeblood of our community. They are where the majority of us work. They are the doors that we go knocking on to when we want a donation for the Lions Club, or something's going on at Gibraltar School and they're raising money. The baseball team right now is out selling their coupon books. So if you don't have one, buy one. That is a true sense of community. And no, we have not forgotten that in any way, shape, or form. I keep referencing last week at the village board meeting. I had a lot to say, but I did it all in one big span at that meeting, and I'm just kind of filtering it in as different things come up. And so in your response is what I told the village board, that I, along with all of them sitting around that table last week, were elected. And we were elected by the people who live and work here year round.
Right.
And it is, and even if you didn't vote for me or vote for somebody else, we represent everyone. So my responsibility, first and foremost, is to the people who elected me. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Pam Schmidt. I live in Fish Creek and I have a rental in Sister Bay, and I appreciate all the work everybody's doing to try and kind of wrangle this thing, because I agree it needs some constraints and some boundaries. It's out of control, but yeah, I just want to ask that everybody, maybe instead of just lumping all these people, short-term rental owners into this one category and saying they're all foreign and they're ruining everything, try to consider that I can look around the room and I see a handful of people that also live here and have vacation rentals, and it's a legitimate business. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
In business.
You just said it, business.
But why is it?
But we also have.
No. You talk to us.
Okay, sorry. We also live here. We pay property taxes on the houses that we own, that goes to Gibraltar. Our rental business, personally, we set aside money every year to donate to the community. I'm sure not everybody does that, but we do. So can you just be careful to not pigeonhole every single short-term rental owner into this group of evil people that are destroying the community? Because we have a vested interest. We don't want to see it destroyed, and we don't want to see party houses on every street or whatever I still don't actually quite know what the main concerns are and how all of these regulations are gonna address them all, but that's beside the point. I think that if you could just realize that there has to be a way to help, to allow this to go on in a way that everyone's okay with. And I think that there is, I just don't know that the 7-night minimum and 180-day maximum is the key. Because I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but you were kind of going there and saying that you're gonna destroy the shoulder seasons. And then, yeah, the locals are gonna be there to support the businesses, but is that enough? I don't know.
Well,
So if you like.
I don't know that it will be up to each individual STR and when they rent out. We are not dictating when those 6 months are.
Well,
And
I can just tell you from my personal experience, that would devastate my location if that were to go into effect. So, and so, two things, I just want you to think about the restrictions you're trying to impose and what the end game is and what you're trying to accomplish, and then also just try to just remember that we're human beings, and a lot of us also residents, and really do care about the community as well, so that's all.
thank you. Just want to throw out some facts, that according to the Door County Tourism Zone in in November, which includes the hotels and the STRs, for last year, the occupancy rate was 29%. In December, it was 18%. In January, it was 19%. And in February, it was 24%.
But I just want to say, so like, for me personally, with my rental, I could get one booking, in December, maybe 2 for the holidays, and that would be enough to, pay my mortgage for the month and get me through that off season. I'm not hoping for, full month, full to be booked out in the off season. It's just that those few bookings that you do get they do matter.
Thank you. Mike?
Mike Laskowitz, I live full-time here with my wife. We're retired on Pheasant Court. I am not an STR owner, but I am very opposed to the modifications proposed tonight, specifically the 7 days and the 180, because I'm an R1. I have, I think, a vested interest in the community. I think it's important that this planning commission and the board take policing of the administration of this process seriously. I'm a little afraid that we've gotten into a jam because we didn't have the resources to ensure that we had compliance with our STRs. I think that that's a challenge for any community. However, that being said, young people like the people we just heard from, these STRs allow them to move up to Door County. This is a tourist community. This is our industry. This is our manufacturing. This is everything to it. And we did have an article in the Pulse that Miles wrote called The Dead Zone, and it wasn't too long ago when we had vast areas of unoccupied space, and the restaurants and the tourism industry struggled. Now we've turned it around. Modifications are probably necessary, but I think these are draconian changes that are going to limit the ability for young people to come up here, to raise their families, to pay property taxes, and to send their kids to the Gibraltar school system. It's just not right.
Just to clarify something that you said, Mike. So if it's inhibiting young people to move up here, you're talking about them owning a home themselves and then buying a second one to rent it out?
Look at Matea and Matt Stone. Look at these young people. You want to go through the list? These are all
I was just
millennials.
asking.
These are all millennials. That this is an ability for them
to create a little extra room. They work their butts off, mostly multiple jobs. And then they get a rental and they get one rental in January and it helps them pay a mortgage.
He's right, I mean, that's us.
I mean, we are hurting young people. We say we support young people. We say we want to bring young families up here. Then let's walk the talk. We've got to do something about employee housing. I get it. I get it. And we have to make sure that we don't let this get out of control. I get that too. But I think we're sacrificing, look how many young people are here.
Yeah, but I don't have.
Thanks, Mike.
Something.
In the
I'm not
back,
saying
like-
there shouldn't be some changes, okay? I'm not trying to say that, but
We need a balance.
these are young people we're hurting and they're not that well represented here, mostly because they're working tonight.
He's like, Corey Raymond here.
Corey who?
Raymond, I got the property behind these, also a Door County resident, doing exactly what you just described. A couple of things, I think, first of all, we have to all acknowledge that state law has not changed, so we have to abide within those rules, and they're not going away, unfortunately, short-term rentals, and I think we're all in agreement, there has to be something done. Denise, you mentioned that the, there's 20% or 30%, so my question, I guess, I have a couple of thoughts here, it's like, what's the purpose of doing 180 days? It's really not gonna solve the issue that, you know, some of the residents here have with short-term rentals. It's not that big of a hindrance, it seems like. Also, as a young family, I wouldn't have moved out here if there's like nothing to do with winter. I think we need we need businesses open up here. If we're not gonna support that, then, and me as a younger family, I have 4 kids. I'm not staying all the time. All right, I'm staying in Airbnb where I got a kitchen. My kids got a little space to go. They can go chill out. I don't, you know, hotel room. I can cram down them. So I think that's something else to consider. As people travel to Disney nowadays, then pre-COVID, right? It was like a lot of people didn't even know Airbnb. Now it's a way to travel for most of your families, especially. Another thing, this gentleman over here mentioned money. Is a big thing of that. The Door County Tourism Board, I think they collected $140 million or something like that. My question is, why can't we get creative about maybe lobbying the state to change the exemption or change the definition of how that money can be spent? And take a year or two of that $70 million or whatever it is that they get towards marketing, because the cat's out of the bag about Door County, right? I don't think we have to market anymore to let people up here. Let's maybe get creative about how to like solve the issue of getting more working class families up here by maybe taking some of that money, build some seasonal housing with it, maybe subsidize some developments that have an HOA that says no short-term rentals, so people can move into those communities without knowing that those communities are going to turn, but there's nothing we can do about the state law now. How can we solve the problem and be proactive about maybe being a leader on some of these other, maybe, I know it's a state law, we can't get into the marketing dollars at this point, but maybe there's some ways all the towns can come together and make an exemption for Door County, because it is a unique area. It's not Green Bay, it's not Appleton, this is a tourist-driven county. That's what this gentleman said is the full county drive. So.
The Tourism Zone Commission deals with, the room tax, which then distributes it to different entities, one of them being Destination Door County, which a year or two ago has changed and pulled back on their marketing and are offering grants to different communities to do different things with. And so there has been quite a bit of change so far, so that is happening, just let you know.
They'll make the seasonal housing to J1 and then subsidize some developments that are HOAs that say you cannot short-term rental in single family communities. I think that would be a way to, you know, start to solve that problem that you don't have the affordable housing where the same as subsidized, I think some of the tourism dollars, you know, impact dollars that are coming up here.
Thank you. Plaid shirt in the back.
Yeah, I'm Dave Peach. I've got a property up on Morris Spring Road. I'm kind of the in-between. I'm not the young, I'm not the more senior people, and I'm not retired yet. We bought the property back in 2018, looking towards retirement. COVID really set us back and a few other things like that. One of the ways we could do it, and I won't get into the whole background, but we did submit comments last week. We also submitted comments this week. You know, one of the ways to be able to afford that
was to let our house out to other guests as a short-term rental. And that allowed us to do it, and I agree with, those shoulder months, the 1 or 2 rentals. And we had it out for the guys that came up for the pond hockey and stuff like that. We're very amenable to our guests that come in. This last year, just as the pond hockey was, canceled, we said, you want your money back? And the guy said, no, we're gonna come anyway. But what I want to bring us back to is why we're here, though. We're here to talk about R2s with short-term renting. That's all. That's all we're here to talk about. And a lot of this other discussion that we're having is really an in-depth discussion that we need to have about short-term rentals in general. That's under chapter 18. We're here on the zoning requirements for R2 rentals under chapter 66. So bringing that back, what I want to say is, there are things here that we don't need to talk about. You don't need to change the definition of short-term rentals in chapter 66. It's a very simple point. That's covered in chapter 18. You don't need to do that here. That's irrelevant to this. All the other descriptions of properties or other activities are very general and descriptive. They don't say what you can do, how you can do it on that property. So that's the first thing. The second thing is to go through, and I only have a couple other points and then I'll shut up, is another example is the description about the parking in regards to specifically the turnaround. The way the language reads, it says, 9 by 20 and include a turnaround, comma, if applicable, to avoid backing onto lawns and roads. I've provided in my comments a description. A turnaround doesn't solve that problem. And therefore, it's going to be applicable every time you try to do it, unless you have a circular drive. It's just impossible. And more importantly, I looked on Spring Road. You got 34 homes on North Spring Road. 20 have a driveway, either a single or a double driveway. You can't avoid not backing onto the roadway. I mean, if this is important, my gosh, by Sister Bay Bowl, you back out onto County Z, all right? That's bad. You've got the angle parking in front of the administrative office. So my point on it, that should be stricken. That doesn't need to be here to address the R2 requirement. The restrictions in regards to the space for parking to only 2 spaces. Now it says a dwelling. Dwelling unit, as I recall, and I don't have the full code in front of me, but as I recall, a dwelling unit is a building. It is not a room in a building. So a dwelling unit, if you have a house, you're limited to 2 spaces in your driveway. By the way, then you can have so many spaces in your garage. That doesn't make sense. I got a garage door on my property. I have to duck to go underneath. My pickup truck, my wife's SUV can't fit in there. I got 3 grown kids. One's a Marine, one's a teacher, and another one does another work. If this comes into place, I'm in code violation if they can't, I gotta figure out which kid can come and visit me. And there's only one because he's got a Hyundai Elantra, and that can fit in the garage. The other cars can't. So, I mean, this is not needed. I kind of go back to it. If you got the 9 by 20, that's your limitation. It fits on, if you could fit that space, maybe have short-term rentals or whatever, mark it on their driveway, but that's the limitation. That's the limitation that we had to provide that before. So it's not needed for the R2s to go through. The other thing I talked about, the whole 7180, that's a separate discussion. And again, that shouldn't be here in the 66-2001. That's a general description. Use it as a general description. If necessary, point back to chapter 18, 41, 51, whatever it is, I can't remember right now. But point back to that, just like you did with the food trucks and other things like that, that reference it, but you don't have to have this detail here. Because if you adopt it here and you don't adopt it over in 18, now you've got a conflict in the ordinances. Now you got to fix that. I didn't keep it simple, stupid. I'm an engineer by foundation, and that's my way to do it. And I'm not saying people are stupid, but that's my engineering point. One last thing, and I do take some offense to this.
And to the point, don't lump all short-term rental people owners into the same, basket, garbage can, whatever you want to talk about this, right? I take offense at being called a liar. Right, I am not a liar. I am trying to, with a complicated regulation, with changes that change every year. To the point, you go onto the website right now for a short-term rental, there's the application and then there's a second page. However, in the mail, we only got page one. So I don't know, I mean, I submitted all the requirements and other things like that pursuant to the regulation. But now there's other things here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this and I'm trying to live by the regulation, not all these other things that have to go through. But what's very important is as you go through some of these regulations, what I think is very disturbing to me is that the regulation says such and such to be when it's licensed as a short-term rental. So if I have my property and I come onto my property to be there for the summer or the winter or whatever, I can't use my property just like my neighbor can. Simple point. Short-term rentals, 10 p.m., 10 a.m. quiet time, right? The resident can get up at 7 a.m., start their lawnmower, start their snowblower and other things like that. I can't do that. I can't have people on my property. I can't even do anything on my property that will make any noise until 10 a.m. So my point here is that as a short-term rental, it should be limited to the point when it is used as a short-term rental. But I mean, we're talking about neighborly policy, and I'm actually disturbed about this, is that you now have, okay, the resident, you now have these people that, like my neighbor just south of me, she passed away 6 years ago. I've seen, in 5 years, I've seen 2 people at that house. That house is not used, it is vacant. All right, so you have these people, I'll call them ghost housing, that don't do anything to support the neighborhood, to do anything. And then me, who's now down here, that I'm something different. And I kind of take an exception to that. I mean, I lived in Iowa, Cedar, I worked for John Deere, I've worked for Tasting Hound, worked on farm equipment and stuff like that. I lived in Illinois, lived in Indiana. I want to live here, but it really disturbs me that kind of the second class citizen here, I guess that's what is kind of intended. So that's the end of my comments. My comments have been submitted. We got an application forward, and I hope to get it because we've got some people.
Can I just clarify for the record though, you guys, this is all zoning districts. It's not just R2. Just so everybody's aware of that.
In the black t-shirt.
Yeah, my name is Steve Swanson. I'm here on behalf of my son and his wife, Kaylee and Mark Swanson. And just like that gentleman was describing, they're young millennials. They put their entire life savings into property up here. And they did that because they love Sister Bay and Door County, who me and my wife have brought our family up here for 30 years. And they fell in love with the area. I personally, just a quick side note, I personally have an interest in a hotel condominium in Egg Harbor. It's not Sister Bay, but I can tell you the occupancy rates have dramatically increased. I've owned it for almost 17 years. So that hotel, that's just one, is not suffering because of the RVOs. Everything's going up. Tourism is up, and the pandemic really started throwing things really into high gear with that. And I've seen Sister Bay and Egg Harbor especially kind of rise and fall over the years, and Sister Bay is doing great right now. This is a tourist destination. And where we live, the suburb of Madison, you could try and put up a VRBO, but you get no rentals. The reason that people want to come here is this is a tourist destination. There's no industry here for people. My son would love to live here, but he needs to work, as his wife does, and they can't come here and find a job. So they did this as a bridge to someday hope that they can just have their own vacation home for use for themselves. But like so many people do, they've invested their hard-earned money and they want to get some payback with rentals. And then over time, they want to be able to use it for themselves. Just one other point I want to make is it's just confusing to them, and on this, 7-day or 180-day restriction, they get people that are reserving for weddings and major events in their lives. And these people plan a year, sometimes 2 years in advance, and they make reservation at their home. And if this goes through, what happens to all those people that are trying to plan their weddings for up here and want to stay in these homes because they want all their bridal parties and their families to be together and really enjoy that very special.
So, just so I understand. So reservations are so far out for events of that nature. But yet you don't even have a permit for that license here yet.
Yeah, but Denise, that's no different than me being in the restaurant business. My license goes over year to year, and people book reservations 2 and 3 and 4 or 5 years out.
I was just asking the question.
Can I ask you a very sidebar question related to that?
To me?
Yes.
Sure.
Related to that. I've never thought about it from that perspective. I understand the permit year is June 30, or I'm sorry, July 1 to June 30, correct?
Yeah.
I've never thought about that concern that you're stating where we wouldn't take any reservations past July 1st. Does any other operator here think that way? I've never heard of that mindset before. I'm sorry. Is that something that's been discussed and expected? Okay.
No, I was just,
Okay.
it's just what he said and it
I've
came
also
to
got
mind,
reservations
so,
very far into the year too.
yeah. That's all.
Yes,
Yes,
my
sir.
name's Patrick McKinley. I live down on South Spring Road. I came here to see you early to get better educated from both sides of the discussion. It's been very, for me, very informative. So I do have one question on the 7180. Those are mutually exclusive when you can adopt one without the other, correct? You could adopt a 7-day rental block, but not limit to 180, so that these young people could still get the 1 or 2 days of December. That is a possibility, so they are exclusive, okay?
Yes.
That's your question. Thank you.
Then you can't build the rest of the week.
Right.
Yes,
I understand.
ma'am.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's not.
Meg Denman, Meg Littleman, I took back my family name. 2214 Scandia Road, Sister Bay, been here 23 years. I grieve like a number of us do at the loss of my neighbors and neighborhood. At our age of retirement, we need each other, we depend on each other, and there has been a real loss of that. At the same time, I also hear and feel this way myself too, that some of these provisions that are recommended, I think are and we're seeing it played out, are hitting the owners against the residents. And I don't think any of us want that. I'm not sure that some of these things are needed, and whether we actually are focusing in the wrong area. It does seem that there's been some patterns and themes that we've got clustered STRs in particular neighborhoods where they're being taken over. It seems as though there need to be controls like at that level, and other controls people have mentioned. Do we need to worry about whether somebody's parked in their garage or not? When a lot of us have crawl spaces and that becomes your storage. And so it's not, I mean, there's just some of the details doesn't seem necessary when there's bigger pictures to deal with here, which I think is numbers. How do you control licensing? And I understand the state law in a sense has tied their hands relative to that right now, but that doesn't mean that we can't give them pushback. This is a trend happening across the state now. I mean, you heard the article about Madison's reaction or Green Bay's, but anyway, so it's a trend, and I would think they're going to start, state legislators are going to start hearing that. They have good intentions here, but there are some problems that need to be looked at. And that I would ask that you consider being involved in that process. Take the information that you're getting and try to collate it and start working with them, just communicate with our legislatures. The weaknesses that are inherent in the law that they pass.
Thank you, Meg. Just to comment on that, the village board met with, Joel Kitchens, our rep, about a year and a half ago. And, a variety of issues were discussed, and short-term rentals was one of them. And it was when we were first, having conversations about licensing them in Sister Bay, so that neighbors would know who to contact if there were issues, what was going on, who had them, etc. And he pretty much flat out said, there is no desire in the legislature at this point in time to make any changes, which was really disheartening, as we talked about the challenges that it creates for all involved, not just one side, not the other, but for everybody, for the community as a whole. And that's the answer we got.
And I want to thank you for sending out those letters of notification to us as an owner. I think that's very helpful. And I would have to say also, I am having very good experiences with the owners that are surrounding me. I've hardly ever had to call with a complaint. And when I did, they were on it right away, immediately. So I have not had the problems that some people have had. But as personable as that particular representative is, I have gotten that answer from him on gun control issues, assault weapons. And he's a good man, but he's not strong enough for controversial issues.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, sir.
Tom Ackley, I work for City Milwaukee Police Department. I have a place, I'm actually next door neighbors of Beck and across the street from Kaylee and Mark. I'm one of those millennials that will be pushed away if these rules go into effect. Been with Milwaukee Police for 17 years. I work nights, weekends, holidays, have too many crazy stories to talk about. It's as bad as the news says. I coach both my boys' baseball teams. I lead Cub Scouts. I lead Boy Scouts, which are different organizations based on age. I'm married. I pet my dogs. I try to go hunt. I was working out until March 17th. This is the only way I'm able to be part of the community here and visit regularly. I can't afford to own that house on my wage, my wife's nurse's wage. I can't afford to visit here during the summer. I'm proud of owning here. I'm proud of investing here in Wisconsin, in Door County. My wife is spreading her mom's ashes later this year in Sister Bay. That's how connected the family is. If I'm forced to sell here, I already know where the money's going. It's going to a boring development in Florida. I don't want to do that. Financially, it's going to 10x my profits. If it was about money, I would sell that house tomorrow. It's not about money, for me at least. I mean, the development's waiting for me. I don't want to do it. As far as hotel operators, I won't stay there. I'm not their target market. I want them to succeed. I want them to flourish. I want them to be able to remodel their places and have outstanding attractions. There's a place just south of here. They stayed at my place over February, March last year for a month while they were redoing their place. I thought it was great to connect with different, I know we don't like calling them business owners, but for me to be able to own this vacation home, I have to treat it sort of like a business. Most of my guests also won't stay in hotels. I talk to my guests regularly. I see these rules, especially in terms of the effect on winter regulations. They're telling tourists they're not welcome. They're telling people like me that I'm not welcome to have a vacation home here. It's only retired people or people that permanently live here that are welcome here. Taxis don't like Ubers. David's in the right room to be saying this. Blockbuster doesn't like Netflix, but the world is changing. This allows me, a millennial, to own a vacation home of my own in the state that I love, in the county I love visiting, that has strong family ties. And by the time I get to retirement, I'll be in a lot better financial situation by owning that place, paying down the principal. I don't need to get into the economics of that, but me being able to do this is putting myself in a lot better situation to retire and not have to get more jobs when I retire. As it relates to occupancy in the winter, like I stated before, I talk with my guests regularly about a lot of stuff. They don't want to stay in the hotels. They don't want to stay in the motels. And as I stated before, I wish them the very best. And if there's things we can do as fellow hosts to support them, I will happily do that, but my guests won't stay there. Almost, and Meg can attest to this, almost every weekend throughout the winter is booked. And if they're not able to stay in homes, which they want to, where are they gonna go? They won't be in Door County. That's lunches, dinners, bowling balls being thrown down the alley that won't have money spent. That won't be money going into the economy, supporting the economy. As it relates to the home market, maybe Mary Kay can speak on this. You know more about the numbers than I do, but in terms of who the next buyer would be if I were to sell my house, just paying attention to the market, there's still a ton of cash buyers that are willing to buy cash. If you take away short-term rentals like myself, short-term rental buyers, I guess, take away us from the market, you still have a ton of cash buyers that are willing to go over asking. So I would disagree with any argument saying that STRs have dramatically increased the prices of property in Door County. The prices are going up here because it's an amazing location. That's why I'm here tonight. That's why I own here. That's why I love visiting here. It's an amazing location. In terms of national macroeconomics, I would still unfortunately argue that Door County is still underpriced when you look at niche drivable tourist destinations. It's hard to say that because you see prices 10 years ago and where they are now, but they're not coming back down. And I would disagree with any assessment that we've had dramatic effect on the prices. As a neighbor, if Meg wants to, she's texted me a few times over the last few years. I've done everything I can to be the best host I can be very attentive and get in front of any problems. So any problems that have happened don't happen again. As far as the applications, I want to touch on that. The process, I would argue, is cumbersome because of the changes. I just would simply respect the request, benefit of the doubt. A lot of us are trying. I think the application process requires more information than almost everywhere that I'm aware of. And I'm not arguing against the information you require. I think it's appropriate, but just please give us the benefit of the doubt that we're trying to keep up. So many documents and things that come out, they're changed or we're trying. I'm trying. I got an email from Heidi. I didn't have my agent. What's the form? Agent agreement. I just sent that in. So I'm certainly not arguing against the information required. Just please give us the benefit of the doubt. Because as you're aware, there's so many things that have changed over the last couple years with it. I emptied out my retirement savings to buy up here. This is a huge financial investment up here. So I'm arguing for the regulations that you guys passed about a year ago. The good neighbor policy. If I'm messing up, hold me accountable, please. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Vivian Nino, 10439 Northwood Drive. Just wanna, what Mary Kay was talking about before with the R2. I just believe that the condos that have it in their development agreements that they will allow short-term rentals. It just makes sense. It just seems fair to me to allow it.
Thank you, Vivian. Yes, sir.
My name's Mark Herlash, and I'm part owner of some of the property on Maple Street and Bluffside. And it's just not the millennials. I'm gonna be 69 next month. And probably a lot of you don't care, but when my wife retired from 2 jobs and I retired, some swindler called the money manager lost the vast amount of our wealth. So I thought, what am I gonna do? And this came up as an opportunity for me to supplement my social security and retire again. Took almost all my free money and put it into this project. And now I feel like, oop, I'm gonna get it again. So it's not just the millennials trying to make money or live. I am too.
Thank you. I'm only calling on people once. Sorry.
Excuse me, my name is Brian Tunison. My wife and I purchased the property on Hillcrest Road. We have a similar story where I owned a business and we raised our family in the Milwaukee area. I've recently sold a business and her and I are working for our plan of retiring in Door County. And as part of that plan, we've taken some of the proceeds of our business and have been investing it. I purchased the property on Hillcrest Road with that intent. At that time, I knew there were discussions about short-term rental properties and all of that. So we read the ordinance, you know, and made our decisions based on that. It's a business one lot. And we sort of sought that out with the intent because we knew there were restrictions and we've become increasingly aware of sort of the scrutiny of our, you know, residential areas. You know, and it was used as a previous short-term rental. And when we purchased it, it's an old home that was moved from the downtown of Sister Bay up to the top of the hill. There's a lot of things about the home that need improvement. And that's been our goal, is to sort of improve the place inside and out so that it can match the beautiful new neighbors' homes that are next to it, as well as to make it safe and energy efficient on the interior. So rather than immediately licensing it, we've started to undergo the renovation process. And now everything is sort of changing with, you know, our ability to operate this, you know, as a business property.
Can I just interrupt you? Okay. You are in a B1 district, correct? Okay. What we are talking about in here will allow you, if you are in a B1, B2, or B3 district, to continue operating, because those are the commercial districts, and that is where it should be, commercial districts should be the most dense, have the most amount of businesses in them, and you fall into that category.
My understanding though was that the 7-day or the one rental per week, I should say.
That would not apply to you or anybody else in those districts.
That didn't seem necessarily clear in the
Okay.
how the proposed language was.
Okay.
Taking a step back from that though, looking at this, and I was at the town board meeting, and part of the discussion started to steer toward goal-oriented solutions that are focused on where the solutions we're coming up with are focusing on the problem. And to some extent, you know, I look at the the one rental per week and the 180-day restriction is essentially an economic sanction to short-term rentals as a way to diminish the attractiveness. And I understand it may end up serving the goal to reduce people's interest in starting them and pursuing, you know, and purchasing them, and maybe that'll bring down real estate costs, maybe it'll keep more residences, but it's also going to have derogatory effect, I think, on business owners that are young and striking out and trying to start something, and gonna diminish tourists and things, and so that those are some considerations I fully respect, and I wish the state legislator could come up with a different way to sort of help balance this, or allow communities to come up with ways to balance this, because I think you guys find yourself in a situation where your hands are tied. You only have 2 tools to do a job and maybe the tools don't fit as well as they should, but anyway, I appreciate your clarification for my specific instance.
Okay.
But also, again, you know, my wife and I have been coming up here for 25 years. We want to retire here because we have completely fallen in love with this place on earth, and this is our way of seeing that out.
Thank you. Way in the back.
Jim Newcomb, Sister Bailey, Sunset Drive. Besides the point of, I've got 6 rentals within 200 yards of my house. But I belong to someone who used the term good neighbor policy earlier. And I am really good with a couple of people. They text me all the time, ask me questions, or we help each other. That's kind of what I think all of us are looking for, is a good neighbor policy. I'm not looking to worry if they can follow some basic rules. My problem, the question isn't necessarily this. If I've got the letters from Heidi that say, here's the name, here's the contact person and all this. And what happens if I contact them, or the next time the owner comes up and I talk to them, and they basically look at me and say, well, Mr. Bay wants us to be able to rent these places. You know, he's kind of crossing me because he's not necessarily, I've seen people back out, hit mailboxes, worry about them hitting cars, zooming up and down Sunset really fast or whatever. They're not taking care of common courtesy. Is there any enforcement to anything? You know, the good neighbor policy, everyone kind of works together, whether they're here for 7 days, 180 days. If I call them, if there is a problem, and I maybe had to make 3 or 4 calls, but usually it's the same person. What happens? Everyone else will try and deal with it. But what happens when somebody just doesn't want to deal with it?
You call the village.
It took 4 times going in last year to make sure a person even turned in his money. And he didn't do that until almost December.
I don't know specifically, but under the current license, if there are failures on the part of the STR owner or who is renting their property, and if they do not take care of particular situations in a timely manner, you call the village, because after so many strikes, their license can be revoked.
We do issue citations, so we are aware that there's some really good ones out there, you know, neighbor relationships, and a lot of them, they just call and things get taken care of. But there are those operators that don't choose not to improve the situation. And I usually get a call on those, and then we have been issuing citations to try and get enforcement, to get people to try and be a better neighbor. So that's an option. As far as the enforcement.
Most of the people are good neighbors, and we have no problems with them, but it's just, I think if there's a frustration of people who live here, it's the 1 or 2 bad people are kind of tainting it for everybody.
Yes. As far as the speeding, the board has discussed, some law enforcement possibly in the future. That might just be something to follow. Who knows what will happen with that? We can't help with that in the office, the speeding.
Yes, sir.
Matt Jonas-Ard, 10520 South Island Road. A single family home there. I guess probably I picked the wrong street to build on 12 years ago. I got the same problem some of the neighbors have. We've got 6, there's 19 houses on our street. 5 of them are STRs right now. That's 28%. I've had problems left and right. And how is the village gonna take care of the behavior, on these STRs. You can't send them a letter. It doesn't do you any good to send them a certified letter 15 days ago that you had fireworks, that you're out, on the lawns drinking at midnight and hooting and hollering. You know, you can't, there's a lot of good STRs, but there's a lot of bad ones too. And if there's not a way to police this quickly, it's gonna continue. Every weekend, you got a new group coming in here, unloading their cars with coolers and whatever else. So don't tell me they're all shopping at Piggly Wiggly, because they're not. And you don't know what you're getting. It's like a campground. They're parking on the lawn, they're parking on the streets, the garbage cans on the weekends, or on Tuesday. You know, they've only been in effect since August, the ordinances, and our street is horrible. It's horrible. And these people all come up to me and say, well, we're trying to figure it out. Well, wouldn't you, if you were gonna have a business or a resident, wouldn't you want to figure it out first before you apply? I think I would. And the second thing is I ask them, if you live here, is that what you would find acceptable? Well, no. Then why the hell should I as your neighbor? That's what's going on these homes on our street. And yes, there's been citations, but it continues. This past weekend, 3 or 4 violations on South Highland Drive at least, and nothing gets done about it.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel nothing gets done about it. If, the police are called, or if an owner, does not take care of the situation and the village gets involved, like I said, it may not be immediate as timely as what a neighbor would desire, because the STR owner should be on top of that immediately and taking care of the situation if there's a complaint. But like I said, if there are 2 complaints and they are not resolved, their license can be revoked.
Just simple things on follow, garbage cans. Put your damn garbage cans away after garbage day. Is that so hard? Do you do that in your house down in Milwaukee? You do that down in your house in Minneapolis? You don't. Treat your property like you live there, and you can't do it because you're not up here.
Right.
That's where the issue is. And you know, this idea of incomplete applications. If I wanted to have a short-term rental, I'll bet you mine would be right. If you ever filled out anything for retirement, for Social Security, for any of your insurances, guess what they do? They send it back. They don't help you. It's time people wake up and maybe do it right. The last thing, you know, they talk about 7 days is gonna kill them. How many short-term rental people in here have a 3-day restriction? You have to rent it for 3 days. Just about everybody, or 2. Why is that? Because they need some type of policy that they can keep track of things. It's easier. If the village is doing nothing, that's what they want to do too. They want to be able to have some policies and procedures to control things, because they can't keep going the way it's going, or Sister Bay is just gonna, quite frankly, I'll move, because I know where my house value is. But there's no charm, there's no charisma, or there's no, the image of our street is horrible. You know, you got problems with, we talked about sewer and water earlier, about the fees. They should be paying more money, or business fees or something. If my wife and I flush a toilet 5 times a day on a weekend for 3 days, we flush it 30 times. The people across the street, 150 to 300. I know they're paying for water, but what is it doing in the treatment plant and the facilities there? You're gonna need new equipment sooner and later. Those single family homes were meant for 2, 1, maybe 4, maybe 6 people, not 10 to 18. And that's what the problem is with houses. I don't know anything about condos. I don't know anything about that, but it's a single family homes. They're multiple family homes. They're not single family homes. And people that think they are, I don't know how they can justify it. It's not right.
Are you good? Do you have more?
Oh, I could go on all day. Because I would never build again up here, and if I knew I had 5 neighbors that were short-term. They're not close enough to take care of anything. And the people that come in every weekend, what are they coming out here to do? Party. And hey, trust me, I party, but not every weekend. And I'm loud once in a while, but not every weekend. And you know, I have people that come to my house, they park in the driveway. they don't park in the street. You know, you think we got a parking problem in Sister Bay? If I drive downtown with my wife, we got one car there, people straight across, the next house up, the next house up, they got 4 and 5 cars every weekend, and guess what? They don't carpool, there's 5, 10, 15 cars going down there, there should be 1 or 2. If it was single family, that's where our parking problems are. It's all the people up here that inflate it.
Thank you. Okay. Has everybody said their piece? Oh, way in the back?
Hey, sorry, about.
So,
I'm Jeff Woodlawn.
John who?
Jeff was always on Bayshore Road.
Okay.
We're from Lacrosse, our property values have gone up 50% in our neighborhood. We have no short-term rentals for miles as far as I have. So, I guess. Door County is a popular place. Millions of people come up to Door County in the summer. People want to be here. Every July when we're up here, which most of the time we're here, but we hear from not short-term rental houses, but vacation houses. Door County is a place of vacation homes, right? People who've done very well in the second home in Door County, but who are long clean, like city raid fireworks shows off over the Sister Bay Marina every year. And so I guess if we're gonna regulate short-term rental, maybe we should also regulate anybody who comes up here for a vacation home. Maybe we should also regulate anybody who comes up for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Maybe we shouldn't allow any more than 3 cars in the driveway for any resident at any time, whether they own a permanent home, second home, 10th home, condo, hotel, anything. But we bought our place, I think 7 or 8 years ago. I've always wanted to have a house. I've been coming up here since before I was born, as far as I'm aware. Where did you originally from? Specifically the Village View apartments. Everybody wants something. Or not apartments, Village View. Hotel. But we've been coming up every year since then, and I see the, Illinois license plates and, the buzz around here, and we just came up in October or November because it's the cheapest time of the year. And my parents were not gonna afford summer vacation. So it was very cold, generally very wet, but I was the only person on the Sister Bay dock, before it was the Sister Bay beach. But when I was daydreaming on Zillow, years ago about having a house in Door County when I was 60 or 70, as a retired physician who ultimately does want to come to Door County to provide medical care at some point, later in my career. That's when I started thinking about the process of eventually renting that out to be able to make that dream come true 20 or 30 years from now. And we were up here every 3 weeks. I would bunch my shifts in the emergency department every 3 weeks to come up and do maintenance on our house, so that we could have our wedding reception in the backyard, get married at Sunset Beach in Fish Creek, and take the Cavada boat or whatever Sunset cruises back and have our wedding reception in the backyard. Renting it since then, and I believe very good stewards of that, by trying to keep our house up and do something a little bit better every time. Even this week, we're repainting our cabinets and putting rope holes and all sorts of other stuff. So I think that there probably have been some bad experiences with people who had short-term rentals, but I think there's been bad experiences with just bad neighbors, bad vacation homeowners, and I think that there probably is something that we can do to make this a better experience for everyone, whether they stay in a hotel, or short-term rental, or they stay with their family at their vacation home. But I think we should probably be looking more at that.
Thank you.
The 6 month
I'll stop here a second. The 180-day rule. I suppose technically can be done. In the summer, it's not really a matter. Because Door County is so popular anyway, that we, and I assume a lot of other people are gonna come here and have our rentals open during that peak season. And it really won't change anything. We don't have a ton of rentals in November, maybe one in December, none in January, none really in February, none in March. Maybe a weekend in April. But we pay a couple $1,000 a year for snow removal. We're doing all these things that other small businesses depend on. We're having our bathroom retail, we're having new carpeting put in November, some of those things. Things that other businesses depend on. We built the bowling alley, people Waverly, other things, and people coming up for that weekend here and there. Over the winter, that I think that faucet's gonna be cut off for that. But it's not gonna really do anything for the summer. It's not gonna change the amount of fireworks. It can change the amount of cars. So I guess I would just.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go till 8:30, which is 8 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Janet Lilly on the Little Sister Road. Our family has had two places there for over 40 years, and we're fortunate to be the owners now after my mother-in-law passed away. And the only thing that I'd like to add that hasn't been mentioned is when you talked a little bit about reserving after a permit is expired. I understand everybody does that and we have to, but it made me uncomfortable somewhat that my permit was coming due June 30th, right in the middle of the season when I do rent. Because we don't rent year round, we currently don't rent Airbnb, we just rent to friends and family. So if it weren't for some reason renewed on June 30th, it would be a little bit uncomfortable. I just wonder if maybe you could think of changing the date, the expiration date to the off season. And I believe that the expiration date is then because that's when the state's licenses expire. And I know you can't do anything about that, but I still want to make it more comfortable.
It was originally proposed for calendar year, and that didn't fly very good with staff, but it's a good suggestion. We'll bring it up again. Lars?
Denise, I would like to have you elaborate the board, or the way you elaborate some more on the non-conformancy issues and what the intent is of the ordinance. It still is extremely unclear to me. I know a lot about grandfathered issues and how that would affect those of us that currently have properties and have owned properties for 20, 30, 40 years. If we're allowed to sell those properties and still have the new owner enjoy the grandfather status as well, or to pass those properties on to our children if we choose to, and remain grandfathered as well. And
Yes.
I think the biggest single investment all of us have in this room are our primary residences and our secondary residence. Many of us are fortunate to have multiple properties. And we have seen an explosion in growth on the value of our properties. Each and every one of us, Julie talked about it earlier, each and every one of us could put deed restrictions on our properties to prohibit rentals if we so choose. And I challenge anybody in this room to admit that they've done that, because that will drive your value down when it's time to sell. If you put a deed restriction on there that says you cannot prevent it. So I just, wanna tell you that there is some mechanisms already built in that allow property owners to do that. So please consider, go slowly as you go through this, and the Lowies have owned the property for generations, and she makes a great point. For this to expire and come up July 1st every year is tough on a lot of people. It should be the calendar year.
Can I just make one comment of building on what you just said?
Nope, I was only taking one person, one comment, sorry. I already told somebody else no, so I can't say yes to you. Yes, ma'am?
My name is Sue Lundquist, and my husband is Cal. And we live right down the street on Woodcrest, 10735. And I guess I've lived here for 50 years. And I would like to see that they limit the number of short-term rentals. 10%, 20% to me is getting high. It's not, I like having neighbors, but I don't have a lot. I have 5 people around me that are short-term rentals now. The other point I'd like to say is, I think as far as parking, I think parking in your driveway is a good idea, but maybe it should be however many 9 by 20-foot spots there are in your driveway. If you have a bunch of spots like I do, well, then you could have 8 people parking there. But most people don't have that. But whatever you have, be it 1 spot or 2 spots, 3 or 4, that's how many spots that your renters can use.
Thank you, Sue. Are we finished? Okay. 8:25, I'm going to close the public hearing. We have, plan commission discussion, but I took a few notes. I didn't take a lot of notes because I know Janelle has 20 pages of notes we're all going to read next month.
Brief recess, about 3 hours.
3 hours, so
I'm sure we'll go back to.
take a recess.
We just stand them.
I don't have the movie.
Excuse me, everybody. Hey, go back to section. Thank you. So I appreciate everybody who took the time, even though half of the room has left now, to come and share their stories with us, whatever they may have been. I am a little disappointed that I didn't hear from anyone that gave us a solution, that was willing to give something. How do we slow it down? What is our tipping point? When do we become not an amazing place? We have 2 tools to use. Unfortunately, they're not the greatest tools, but the 7 days and the 180 days are what the legislature allowed us to utilize. Whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, or that we use one and not the other, vice versa. And the biggest thing that bothers me is that people who are living in the residential districts, in single-family homes, year-round, should not have to be inundated with problems as often as they are. And there are some places that are worse than others, where there is a higher concentration of STRs. There are many repeat offenders who don't care. I won't lump everybody into that. As I heard earlier, I thought that was a valid point. There are some very good STR owners But as somebody in the audience just told me before we came back into open session, we need to regulate for the lowest common denominator. And that's a sad thing. So that's what that was my take. And we have a big job to still tackle here tonight at whatever time it is, because I don't have those glasses on, so I can't even read the clock. So we can start back with Julie, going back down the list, hearing everything that we had to hear, and make a determination on what our decisions are moving forward and send it off to the board. Unless somebody wants to just speak freely before we do that.
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
I think that it's important that we decide what our goals are on this, because there are some issues here. There are some issues. I mean, when you describe what's happening in your neighborhood, Patrice, where you've got all those cars and they're creating a jam. I don't even know what to call it, a traffic jam. That's a serious parking issue. And I think you know that means a lot to me to call that a parking issue. We need to address that. We need to address attempt to, because we only have so many tools and they're not very precise tools. We need to attempt to address that. I don't know that we're going to make a dent in the affordable housing with this ordinance. I think there's other things that the village can do, and also the village has done. The village of Sister Bay has done more than any other municipality in Northern York County. I think it's important that we remind people that we've done that, and we have not done enough. We have the Wiltsey property to do something with that. I look at this as, what can we do to limit the number of rentals? And for me, it still comes down to being fair, trying to compel people to follow the rules that are existing. And to me, that's grandfathering existing users as of a date that Plan Commission decides, and then enforcing stricter rules on people that come after that. And figure out what that means, because that is meant to compel people to follow the rules that much more strictly. And I also think that there's other things that are beyond the scope of Plan Commission that I'd like to see on how we're doing the permitting, the applications, but that's not a discussion here tonight. Yeah. So I think that's what we should do. I don't know exactly how it applies to this, but that's my overarching what I think the village should do.
Okay. Thanks, Nate.
I think one of the issues that is beyond the planning commission, but is incumbent for us to remind the board, is that last year we passed 2 ordinances, one on parking and one on noise. Somehow this year we're going to pass something on short-term rentals. And we recognize that for lots of reasons, enforcement is necessary. We should also recognize that, yes, you can call the nice people at the office from 8 to 4:30 on Monday through Friday. But on Saturday afternoon, when there's 15 cars in the driveway across the street and the agent is not available, who do you call? And we know you cannot call the sheriff because it is not an issue for them. So I would say that, and you had a reasonable discussion at last week's board meeting about adding a couple of hours a week. I think the board needs to start thinking about that, because of the traffic, the parking, the parties, the short-term rentals, you probably need full-time enforcement, if not more than that.
You're talking about our conversation about the police officer.
Right. And it might not be a police officer. Maybe it is some hybrid zoning / ordinance. I don't know how you can do that, but something differently. Lastly, in terms of the question about grandfathering, I believe we're going to have to grandfather people. It's only right. In terms of how that grandfather passes, I think we need to, if the property has been and is operated as a short-term rental, it seems pretty standard to me that that property then would pass the grandfather. But if there is a house that has been not only a vacation home, but a short-term rental, I don't think the STR passes. I know I'm making it complicated, but I'm just trying to differentiate that there are great stories of people building towards their retirement home. That's a good story, but there's also people that are making a business of renting houses. And I think how those two licenses can be godfathered, I think we need to think about that.
So both of you mentioned grandfathering. I know another Northern Door community is also proposing that. You cannot grandfather a license. You can grandfather a use, but you cannot grandfather a license. And I think Nate brought up last week at the board meeting that he was willing to push that envelope that, no matter what we do, somebody's going to sue us, and so be the case, prove it in a court of law.
Right, they'll just put if it's worth doing, as long as it's real, as long as we really believe in it. It's not take that lightly. But if we're going to do something, sometimes that's going to happen, and that shouldn't deter us.
So I'm on the fence about grandfathering. I just, maybe it's too many years in the planning commission chair.
It
I don't
comes
know.
back to bite you, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I did one other thing. For those of you that think the state laws are not helping us, I encourage you next time that Kitchen's name comes up on the ballot, think about that or talk to him, but.
Write a letter.
Yeah.
Like, everybody up here has read a lot of letters. When they get sent, they get read. And I'd like to think that our other representatives do that too.
I don't know if this is allowed with all the rules and the zoning. I do apologize. I'm just trying to navigate the waters here, but I wrote something down. This is just my opinion of how I think maybe it might be fair. All short-term rentals in good standing with the village that have a license for the 2022-23 years should be allowed to continue to operate as they have in the past, as Sister Bay has a culture of a cottage industry, and it is part of our village heritage. Many of these properties have been in family owned for many years and should be able to operate in the manner that they always have been. However, any new short-term rentals beginning with this summer of 2023 should be held to new ordinance rules. So that is kind of where I'm coming from, and I'm leaning toward that year-round is okay, but I think it will help the volume of our transient visitors in our neighborhoods if we limit it to a one rental per week.
For new.
For new, like if you're brand new and you just bought this house recently and now you want to make it your little side business. No, you have to go by all the new ordinance rules and such. So we have reached that tipping point. I never thought about that.
So let's say somebody gets 2 or 3 strikes wherever we're at, then they get their license full. Then they have to apply under the new license. And they could, somebody says when it changes hands, they apply for a license. They fall under the new regulations.
Yeah, with the exception of if it's your children and you want to pass it on to your kids or a family member, that is different.
I'm saying that there's like if it's a result of violations, because we could,
Yeah, if they violated 3 times, they lose their license.
and then somebody else gets
Someone else.
the new terms.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
That's my thought process. So
I like Tricia's statements. I think you're going in the right direction. Whatever we do, it's gonna be bad for someone.
I'm gonna be unhappy.
And I think that we have to compromise a little bit also as far as putting this together. And it's a start. this will never be an end to this, it'll always come up again and again. But we have to have something on the books.
Something else I noted. Denise, I think you were the one who said we should do the 300-foot radius mailing when that came up. And I think that that's been extremely helpful. And I mean, as much as frustrating as it must be to have a stack of letters that say, hey, these are the short-term rentals around you, at least you know when you have somebody to call. I think that has been a positive, probably the biggest positive step we took in that ordinance last year. Keep our community more informed.
I agree with Patrice, on the, grandfathering. I have a lot of trouble telling somebody who has been using short-term rental, whether it's in their condo or in their residence, and following the rules. And I think the majority of them, certainly the long-term ones, not so maybe much the new ones, but the long-term ones, have tried to abide by the rules and have tried to be good neighbors. And I think they deserve to be recognized and appreciated. So I like a lot of what you wrote, Patrice.
Do we know that, going to my comment on enforcement, if there have been bad actors, technically people know who to call? Has there been a little, no responses to you on Mondays that people were trying all over the weekend and couldn't get a hold of the agents?
And it's funny you're talking about this because I was just mentioning that. The thing that's a little unfair is it really puts the onus on the neighbor, where he now is policing his neighborhood. He's having to confront them, and I mean, Patrice, you had to do this weekend too, you know, I mean, it really is unfair. And I'm hoping we can do something about having somebody on the weekend that they can respond to. But it's a lot. It's time consuming. You know, you're researching, you're writing the citation. Sometimes you can't get to it for a couple days. Neighbors aren't happy.
So you're saying that a lot of times people are calling agents and they're not getting through to them, or they're just not bothering and they're waiting till Monday?
No, I think most people call the owner or the agent to try and resolve it.
Okay,
I think I get contacted when they're just fed up.
got it.
They're tired.
Should we have a penalty if somebody can't get a hold of an agent? But something that come up in this conversation was, well, people had changed agents and not informed. It seems under those circumstances, there should be, I mean, like, as much as you're going out there and chasing these people down. Where there's a really, really, really big issue is if there's a problem, the agent gets contacted and there's no agent, or the agent's not on file.
That's a citation. That's what I think.
That's what I was getting at, is I think that should be a rather stiff citation at that, because it's one thing, oh, I forgot to file my paperwork, oh, I forgot to file my paperwork, and there's a problem.
Yeah, because it means that when the agent changed, or when you made up the agent, sometimes it happens. It's not fair to the neighbor who they're never gonna get through, because that person they're not even the agent for that property. And when we find those out, we have to do something about it. But again, over time, you're gonna help get rid of the bad actors over time. Because they're gonna realize it's easier to just comply with the code. And hopefully if they have bad actor friends, they all learn that, no, we're serious, we're gonna be issuing citations. And like I said, you'll hopefully maybe weed out the bad actors over time.
But you also have told me that there are some owners who just keep writing the checks.
Yeah.
Citation after citation after citation, and nothing changes.
That's when it should come to the board, and then. Yeah.
Can you revoke a license?
Is that not in the code right now?
Yes, So my question would be is how many people are there like that, that the board will be reviewing their license?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one where the board has to be sincere and honor that. I mean, if that's the give, if you're saying, no, let's not do the 780 days, let's crack down and go to the board has to be serious and revoke these licenses. Then they really have to be serious and revoke the licenses or the system fails. Right, because then we're back to square one.
But none have come to the board.
We have not brought any.
Do we anticipate this license period around?
That ends in a month. I'd have to look in the file, there's a big one I have to issue a citation for, but I think it's probably their first. The problem is sometimes you just give them a warning, like, for example, when a neighbor finds a problem, it's a violation, but the neighbor is trying to resolve it. Or I will see something and I'll be like, hey, you can't do it. Technically, that's your second violation, right? And then at some point they issue a citation. Technically, that's the third one. It should be revoked. So I think we have to clarify too, the violation part of it, because if the neighbor is dealing with a violation, it's a violation. It should count towards one of the three. There's a person in this room that I feel so bad for that man. He is constantly copying me on issues he's having with his neighbor, and it's really not fair. But that should be violation number one. If he has to deal with it on Tuesday, that's violation number two. I mean, do we want to be that serious? I think that's what I'm hearing, like that's the trade-off. If you want to be a good neighbor, it's not just the violations Julia is issuing, it's all violations. Is that what I'm hearing?
The only problem with that is you need some sort of documentation.
We do, we've got good records.
But I'm saying, like, if somebody were to call in a violation, I mean, we've all got these great ways to document the world that most of us carry around called smartphones.
Yeah.
You can take pictures of a lot of stuff and that can act as documentation of it. But I'm just saying, simply somebody complaining without actually having some documentation behind it is gonna be a little bit hard to take seriously.
Yeah, I don't follow up on them unless they have the photo.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know why, the board wouldn't take that seriously, because if they don't,
What's the point?
what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Why are we recommending
That's
what
right.
we're recommending to the board if they're not gonna be serious? And that is how you get rid of the bad actors. I don't. I'd much rather. Go to the mattresses, unlimited them to 10% and going to court over that. That's where I'm at, because everybody can still just keep applying, but they'll just say yes to the new rules. You don't, the amount just keeps going up.
So,
And we just keep losing community.
So if you're gonna do 10%, do you want the Cherrywood Lane, wherever it is, are you gonna say in Sister Bay or on streets?
That's a good question, David. I mean, because
You limit your R2 condos right now to 20%, right? Or the units in a condo are at 20%, so we have had a history of that.
or if what Nate is talking about is grandfathering those who have them, which is only 16. And no more are allowed in R2. And the code stays exactly the way it is, that never allowed them in R2. An option, I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we have to break it down. you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna throw some ideas out there, okay? I think we have to break it down and say, do we care in a business district?
No.
No. Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Why have the limitation on a business district?
There isn't, it's a business.
Right, so that one, I think we can all agree should just be allowed to do it, no time limit, no cap.
Still needs a license.
Yeah, it still needs a license.
Still have
still
to
has
meet the
comply with-
criteria.
So that still has to have rules.
Still has some rules, but they're not limited in time or for that. And then when you get to R2. You don't have them in houses, it's just condos, and you have 2 sets of condos, 2 sets of R2 condos. Those approved by development agreements. Those that were not, that operated in violation. In my mind, if that development agreement approved them without limitation, they should be able to continue to operate for that development agreement without limitation. And then the other R2. I think that, they should be allowed, in my opinion, the 20% of the condo.
And bylaws.
And the bylaws.
But see, by doing that, when you're sharing walls with an STR is very different.
Yeah.
Than having 2 homes and, granted, some of our homes are close together on smaller lots, or they were built closer together. Maybe 20 feet apart, maybe 30, it varies. It's worse sharing a wall.
And they're probably older condos and the walls are thin.
I'm really struggling being comfortable with that 20% restriction. I still feel like that's a minimal gain for maximum exposure for legal.
Yeah, I'm
challenge.
just throwing that up, because that's what we did before, so
Yeah.
that's.
But I'm just not comfortable with that part because I don't know if it, how much does it really accomplish for the exposure?
I think we did that when Bob was here.
So
I know you hate when I say that, Nate,
No, well, I
but
appreciate it.
it's a fact.
It is.
So the R2 without a development agreement, we agree they should have. Only if the bylaws allow it, right?
I don't.
I mean, as a component, other restrictions, but they should at least, as a minimum, have the bylaws. If you're gonna allow, whether it's 5 days or 100 days or whatever, one thing that's always a for sure thing is they can't do it unless their bylaws allow them to do it.
This has brought up another question that I'm listening tonight, I've wondered is, the village does not enforce deed restriction, and what good does it do a deed?
That's not a deed restriction.
No, but I'm saying like, something, this may not be a plan commission question, but other places, we have said we want this deed restricted.
We do not enforce deed restrictions in which we are not a party to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an important detail.
Yeah.
But if we have, okay, so we've got beach view, marina view, shore view, Goki view, whatever that is. Those are all, we signed development agreements. That's done. Let's stop talking about it. That's done. Skoggle. How many of those people, and Timber, how many of those people bought that place with a misguided, maybe, but an assumption that they could rent? Or do they have bylaws? I think Timber Ridge is something really weak. The way that you can and cannot, I think they have a family and friends thing. But
I know one of them, I can't remember if it was Scotland or Timber Ridge, in one of the letters that we received in the last couple of months, could not come to a consensus on their board.
Right.
I don't know which one
That was Scotland.
Okay.
Now have a meeting this week.
do we let condos run amok?
Well, I think you're gonna have the same thing you have in neighborhoods. If that neighborhood thinks it doesn't belong, and that neighborhood being the condo, if that condo says this is not right for us, I think we honor that.
So these people bought properties, it's Goglin, Timber Ridge, Woodcrest.
Harborview.
Woodcrest, you can't
No,
short-term rental.
It's Harborview is the other one.
Okay, if they bought and there were bylaws in place, that's what rules.
So not have any restriction, just if the bylaws allow it, let it go.
They,
At 20%.
they have some recourse that people in other residential districts don't have because they do have that condo association.
Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like if that, people in R1 can't band together and make that decision where the condo owners can. And I think that I would like to see us leave that freedom to them. Because they do have, they aren't powerless.
Okay, so those R2 but with that are allowed by bylaws, are they restricted to the 7-day and 180?
I don't think so.
Once again, I think that should be up to their bylaws
Okay.
of the association.
So that narrows us down to the elephant in the room, which is basically the single family home in R1, R3, CSN, CS1, really only an issue in R1. Is that the one you want to cap at 10%? All single family homes in the R1 zoning district is capped at 10.
I like the idea of on any particular street. And at the village as a whole. I'm willing to fight that fight for the people that live year round in our community. Because if in a court of law, or, you know, did the legislature really mean that 50% of our homes could be STRs?
They don't think that deeply.
They didn't think.
Well, I know, because they would have come up with a better rule.
Yes.
But it was in a budget, not a standalone bill.
Okay, so Bay Shore Drive from across the street from your place,
Scandia,
all the way down to Hill. Is that the longest street we have? I'm just thinking 10%. It's too late to do the math, but
yeah, Fieldcrest is probably longer, Country Lane is longer, but they don't have the concentration of the structure.
North Spring and Bay Shore are the
Spring and Bay
same.
Shore,
Yeah.
same.
Your worst streets are Highland, Cherrywood, and Spring.
Question, if we did, let's just say we did it this way. And we're only allowed 10% of that street, how do we decide? Who on that street, if it's over 10%, who doesn't get that license, how do we decide that?
If they're already licensed, you mean?
Yes.
I think if they're licensed, they're grandfathered, right?
Then we fall back to, as much as I hate it, so we'll go down in flames on 2 issues in court.
I mean, if it's 10% on the street and you're already at 20, you just don't issue any more licenses on that street.
Right. And maybe by just the behavior of, those are the streets where there have been the most complaints. So if some of those that are there already they may have enough violations that they won't get their license the next year. So just by natural attrition, it'll drop lower.
You could.
I think you got off the fence and you put me back on it. Thanks.
It's all part of the conversation, right, Nate? That's what we do. It's,
I would want to know how that would actually, what that would really mean on those streets, to actually see the numbers on there, to understand that.
we should have had Heidi's map here tonight.
Well, you're over 10% on Cherrywood Highland. You're pretty darn close on Highland and Cherrywood. Highland probably over 50%. I don't know that for sure. I'm just saying off the top of my head. There's a lot on Highland.
That's your vote, that's true.
And then you're saying then just no more licenses
On Highland.
on Highland.
It just,
So what it sounds like.
Because that's the goal, right? Isn't when you were talking about and the board talked about last Tuesday too, goal-oriented solutions. If we're this wild, if we have this many people upset on what's going on in their neighborhoods, can you imagine if that doubles?
I think that if we put the 187 on any new licenses, I think that's a much softer touch with virtually the same impact.
There's nothing soft about me, Nate.
Why are we trying to go softer, Nate?
Why are we trying to do something so blunt? I mean, this is,
Well, I don't think it's blunt. I think it's, we have an opportunity to solve a problem in these areas. And maybe it requires blunt action.
so I guess here's where I'm thinking this. At some point, feel free to tell me to shut up because it might not be in closed session sort of things. But if we write an ordinance that says we're grandfathering the existing users, if this is overturned in court, then these rules apply to everybody. So if somebody were to challenge us in court and they win, they get a big fat nothing. They get the new rules applied to them anyway. So who's going to challenge us on that?
The way
Maybe
your
no
brain works.
Maybe no one.
And then, but if we do the 10%, somebody is going to have that chance to win and then really win.
So I always go back to when I'm trying to debate, like if something's gray, I'm like, okay, what's the purpose of the code? And am I being consistent with the code? And I think we have to keep that in mind. The purpose of the zoning code, which is what we're talking about. We have to go back to that, okay? I'm gonna just read it and see if it helps us. The purpose is to promote the health, safety, aesthetics, and general welfare of the community.
Says it all right there, doesn't it?
Yep, that's what our job is. And I'll take it a step further if you want, talk a little longer. Let's look at the intent. What is the intent? So we know the purpose. Now let's look at the intent. Why this is here. So why is our rule in place? Regulate lot coverage and the size and location of all structures to prevent overcrowding. Regulate population density and distribution to avoid sprawl or undue concentration and to facilitate provision of adequate public services and utilities. Regulate parking, loading, and access to lessen congestion. Secure safety from fire, flooding, panic, pollution, contamination, and dangers. Facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewage, parks. Provide adequate light in the air, assure protection of groundwater, protect the traffic carrying capacity of existing and proposed streets, stabilize and protect existing property values, further the appropriate use of land and conservation of natural resources, preserve and promote the beauty of the community, implement those watershed plans and other plans, and provide for the administration and enforcement, and to provide penalties for its violation. So that's our purpose, and that's what our rules are supposed to do.
Very helpful.
So,
Page 1 of the code.
I was gonna say, that
So-
says it all.
so the consequences would be if we say 10% on a street, you're not necessarily. But right now, in terms of houses, where are we? We're not at 10%.
Are we almost exactly at 10%?
You're like almost exactly at 10%. And I think you might have passed that with this rush of applications that came in.
So only 1,146 houses. I mean,
No, there are way less houses than that.
We had that, I don't have that.
I have it on my phone.
So basically, we put this in, we've stopped short-term rental unless somebody gives one up.
In R1, just R1, just
In a specific area.
Yeah.
Depending on where we go with on this.
Oh, okay, so on South Spring, where we have one rental. Actually, they've done that, there's not 10 houses, okay, so we could go over 10% in the community. Because we're gonna grandfather people who had, so if there is a street with none, they can get up to 10%.
No.
So you're gonna say 10% overall?
Yep, 10% per street, which correlates to 10% for the entire village.
So if I've got a street with none, tough, because we're there already.
So according to the census, we have almost 1,400 housing units. Of those housing units, which is about 32%, 441 are owner occupied. It's pretty low. But less than a third. 12%, 166 are renter occupied. 56%, or 782 are vacant housing units, which either means STRs, second homeowners that are here all the time. Not great numbers. Now, I'm not saying that Sister Bay hasn't always had second homes. Of course not. And, you know, God bless those that can afford them when some of us are just trying to hang on to one. There's also almost 6% populated in group quarters, which I think would be like the nursing home. Specific, not the meadows, not the villas, but just the nursing home. I mean,
I think from an enforcement standpoint, you almost have to go by district, like 10% of all the homes in this district. Instead of road, I think it's gonna be too hard to track the road.
Yeah.
I agree, but what we didn't want to have happen was what's happened on Cherry, where it's now just like a bump. It's over 50%. I think, am I doing my math right?
That probably is.
I think it's a worthy goal to avoid something like that, if we can. Just to state the goal there, I think that's not okay.
Street and village in the R1.
R1, R3, CS then 10, no more than 10% of that district.
We have to be consistent, don't we?
You should.
Yeah.
What districts are those, Julie? R1, what?
Well, just throwing it out there, R1, R3, CS1.
Okay.
Because R2, you're gonna allow anything as long as their bylaws allow it. B1, B2, B3, you're gonna allow anything.
so what did we, okay, back to R2. Grandfathering the 16 that are in R2 and condo association determines, and there's no restrictions. Is that what we said?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So if you're new R2 with development agreement, we're not talking about them, but the other ones we're saying, as long as they had a license and they were operating legally as of the time of this amendment, they're gonna be okay as long as their bylaws
Allow it.
Yes.
I'm glad we're coming to consensus, but that doesn't mean I'll vote for it.
So then the R1, R3, CS1, what I have written down so far, again, just what's on paper is 10% of that zoning district. and we know that's a push.
I'm not comfortable with that. I
That's
think
not the
that-
push, that's not the fight you wanna fight.
That's not when I think we can make something that's gonna have almost the same impact with much less exposure. Cause there's no incentive to challenge the way I'm talking about.
So what is your proposal? Megan?
So we would grandfather all existing users. And we write in there that if this is challenged and overturned in court, we revert to the 7-day, 180-day max. For STRs. So that if somebody goes there to challenge us. It's just going to mean that that same thing is going to apply to everybody.
You can kind of like bribe them, like if anybody sues us, we're gonna go. revert to
I mean, it's just saying like in the event that there's plenty of times where I've seen legislation that's got that there, in the event that this is taken to court, or challenged in court, I've seen it in the county, has had it in there. Not too distant past,
Then revert back to the 7-day.
yeah,
To all the new rules.
yes, to the maximum rules that we can apply. So what incentive does somebody have to challenge that?
Then what happens with new people?
I think they fall under the 7-day restriction. And 180-day, I don't really think the 180-day makes any sense, but as long as if we're going to try and determine, let's use every tool we have.
So existing ones. No time restriction.
Let them operate how they are right now. The existing ST ordinance is in effect, that still applies.
And then new would be 7-day, 180.
Mhm.
Yes. But we still have to look at these other ordinances and ensure they still have to comply with everything.
Yeah, we're not saying that, oh, all the rules are out the window. We're saying the rules as they stand today continue.
So does that mean that we can have? Or is this under chapter 18 at the board level that we have the conversation that when you, have a 6-bedroom home has 15 beds and sleeps 22? But when is that okay? When is that ever okay? And I know Sarah White at the board meeting talked about that they have, when they get together for a family, there is a lot of them. And they utilize places like that. Great, I understand. But that's not single family living. So is that chapter 18 that we address that in?
Well, I think there's two ways. One is land use, right? Is the land being used the way it was built, designed, zoned for? And then I think there's a health and safety part that the board should be looking at, because that's chapter 18 part is health and safety, but I don't think they.
Let me ask a question.
Did it that
And
way.
I'm not saying there's not an issue. I'm just saying, what is the biggest issue you see with those houses that have got 22? Is it simply the fact that they've got that many people in a residential district? Is it the cars? Is it
It's it's kind of all of it in a lump sum. I mean, I think if you were a neighbor, I mean, a couple of these I think are on Bay, one for sure I know is on Bay Shore. Smaller lots, closer neighbors. Although I don't know too many. Well, Vogel did just build a brand new house on Bay Shore, so I can't say that.
I think the comment before was those properties are being used more like a motel instead of a single family home.
so in my head, the issue I see, again, something you're not gonna hear me say very often, is the parking. Because that has, if you control the parking, you're gonna control the number of people that are there. You can say, if we interlink those two to the number of people you say can stay at your resident, your VRBO, whatever you want to call it, business residence, whatever we're calling it, to the number of parking spots there are. And I would wonder how would that, I would want to see how that would actually play out on the properties you're concerned about. And to see where that number is and see where it's appropriate. But I don't know, just throwing numbers out there. To actually see, oh, do we say there's 2 people per car? And then, so you have to, if you wanna have 8 people, you need to have 4 parking spots? Or something along those lines?
I mean, four is not reasonable in a driveway.
It depends on the driveway. I mean, like you'd actually have to lay out your parking spots.
Right. Well, and I thought I threw that in there somewhere on page 147. I wrote that's where it was amending the parking space requirements. Properties licensed as a short-term rental in detached single-family dwellings, regardless of the number of bedrooms rented, shall have a minimum of 2, because that's what's in the code already for a single-family home, and not more than 4 conforming parking spaces. And then the discussion, how many hours earlier, was if they have a larger lot that can, and they have more parking spaces that doesn't violate any of the code, then they need to fill out an additional form. If they only need 4 parking spaces, they don't have to do that. But I think we need to see where 22 people are parking. And as much as, and I read those things that you sent me about parking, I don't agree. But we'll get into that another day. We are a car-centric community. And I'm not saying that we can't vary from that and build infrastructure for there's more people to walk, bike, do whatever it is that they want to do. But everybody gets here, a few people get here by airplane, very few. Everybody else drives.
Every STR person. I would say everybody because it's not even a significant number that don't get here by cars. I understand that and I agree with it. I agree with that fact.
But what we're looking to stop here is the house on Bay Shore Drive. I think I know the house it is. There's no way those cars will all be in that driveway. Someone's going to be on Bay Shore Drive. And unless we start enforcing the parking, they're going to be there overnight. So I think the quality of, if we're trying to maintain some quality of life in the residential districts, I think the parking regulation makes sense. If they have an appropriate driveway, fill out another form. Obviously, we found that a lot of that we have forms issues with people already, but fill it out. Send somebody from over there, they can do it. I'm still, you have intrigued me with the cap. Other cities that have that have thought about it in the resort areas have done some creative things with area building out or creating areas where houses can change over. We don't have that luxury, and Wiltsey property is a couple years down the road. I'm thinking 10 to 15% cap is something we should think hard about.
Do you know somebody else in Wisconsin that has done that, or these are other states?
These are the other states that we really, I know we can't do it, but it's just, you see these things and people send us articles. We're not there. I really think that for the quality of our neighborhoods, I think we should think very hard about some sort of a cap. Obviously grandfathering what we have now, which means that we probably are over, we're over the 10%.
I mean, I'm willing to go with Nate's idea. And God, Ron, you're so right when you say this is just never going to be over. Because a year from now, when we find out what's working and what's not, we're gonna be right back here having the same conversations, possibly dealing with either the same bad apples if we haven't been able to get rid of them, or dealing with new ones.
And now you have 15% that you have to grandfather versus 10.
So you're gonna be here in a year, Denise? Did I hear you commit to that? Because I think I did.
I have to be elected next year, so we don't, and with as many friends as
What's
I've
your
made
job?
this year, I don't know that would happen.
Yeah, but they're not voters.
Oh, that's right, they're not voters, okay. Um,
How about if I start from the beginning, Denise?
okay.
Because we've got to move this along, we've still got 5 people waiting to hear their items.
Oh, so sorry, this was your night to be on the agenda.
So starting with 660311. I don't think there was any concern about anything we didn't talk about before, so I'm gonna go back to what was parent 10 parent, which was. Transient lodging and or short-term rentals in residential condominiums or multiple family dwelling units. And we all agreed that if it's with a development agreement, we don't care. Otherwise, if they're operating as of the effective date of the amendment, they would be grandfathered as long as their bylaws allow it. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're moving on to parent 2 parent. I'm sorry, amend 660403F surfacing. And we're gonna eliminate the part that made it very clear about short-term rentals, and they're just gonna have to understand the current code, which is your driveway's gotta be surfaced.
But we're gonna reference the current code. We'll just reference the section.
In like a little handout.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not in the, not.
Okay.
So you're basically gonna just delete some 3 then?
Yes.
Yes.
660403I. We're not gonna tell them how big their stalls have to be, we're gonna let them figure out what the code says. So again, though, I will give them a little guide so they understand, this is what is expected for a parking stall, this is what is considered. And I have done that a little bit, like I have seen some properties, they'll have like a teeny tiny driveway and they'll put that they can have 7 cars, and I'll be like, no, sorry, you can't. You know, you need 20 feet per parking lot, you really only have room for maybe 2 or 1. So I've been talking to people about that.
I need to interrupt you because I know Nate wants to keep it simpler and smaller. But what is staff's time worth?
How many times have we had code where we've contradicted code because we've got it listed more than one time?
Okay,
That's really the,
okay. That's that's the issue you're trying to address. Got it.
So now we're under 660403J1A parking space requirements. It is proposed that it is minimum of 2, not more than 4. It can be more than 4. So go to the plan commission for review.
A permit is required, the permit's required. Yeah, plan commission approval.
Then we're going to the trailers, canoes, kayaks, etc. Right now, like I said, they can't be in your yard more than 24 hours. The draft says short-term rental. Not licenses. Oh, it says right now you can't exceed 24 hours.
I think that's where we put in the handout that says unless you store it inside that.
So we allow it at least up to 24 hours?
That's what the current code says, so let's not change the
Okay, so
current
we're gonna
code.
leave that. Make sure it comes. Number of driveways allowed. I mean, you get 1, you know, unless you're in unless you're in B1, you get 1 driveway. Change the use, you gotta comply. That's the way the code is right now. Unless approved by the planning commission, shared driveways, you can share it as long as your neighbor agrees. You've gotta know what you're doing there and he's gotta be okay with it.
How do we know that they're okay with it? Do they have to?
I'm gonna have to send them a letter and get a statement from them.
Okay.
Home occupations, we can put this in or not, you're not supposed to have a home occupation right now if you're a short-term rental, you don't live there. How can you operate in a business you don't live? Again, there is one out there that is selling stuff when they're not there. We don't have to put it in there, we could just make it, and again, in a handout, just let people know, you can't be selling stuff in a home you don't, if you don't live there, you can't have a home occupation. So, little handout thing again. And if they don't read the handout, then I guess those are just violations. On-premise signs, yeah, you can't have signs everywhere, they need permits. Short-term rent, you can't have names of your short-term rentals everywhere, you can't have release signs on chairs.
Can you have signs on here, not just for lease, but any signs?
Any signs, it's fine. Prohibited signs, not affixed to trees, etc. Adding all the information to authorize non-conforming resorts. Grandfather, non-conforming resort. Making it clear what's an intensification of a non-conforming feature or resort. Then we're into definitions, we're almost done here. Condominium residential. We're taking out the 80% and the 181 and the 30 days, all that comes out. The other one, the only other definition would be short-term rental. And it would say something like this. Basically defining it and saying in the R1 district, no more than 10% of all detached single family dwelling units shall be used as a short-term rental.
I don't know that we agreed on that yet.
No, because now we're right back to where we were, the debate.
Okay.
So, and then the R2, any R2, any condominium not approved by development agreement as of the renting as of the date of this ordinance can continue to do so. B1, B2, B3, we said is okay. So we're good with everything except for that R1 thing. So that's the only thing we have to hammer out before we can send this to the board.
Well, and we needed to. I thought we were gonna clean up the language so it was clear. Where we were gonna talk about one rental per week.
But they took that out on everything. The only thing that would stay in for is a new. The only one that would even apply to anymore would be a new SDR.
Right, so doesn't that have to?
In R1,
Right,
yeah.
so where's that in here?
It would have to be in the short-term rental.
Okay.
Definition. For purpose, I hear, how about, rental period shall mean a definite period of time typically to. Yeah, it's just something that you know. So B1.
So,
Or
so
R1.
Nate has suggested that any new STR can have one rental per 7 days, no cap on the 180.
No, he said cap on the one.
I would be, I would be okay with the cap on the 180. I don't strongly believe in it, but at the same point, well, if we're taking the tools that we're given. And our goal is to deter additional STRs to keep us around this 10%. I'm okay with it. I would prefer just to see the 7 days, because I think that's gonna be the more impactful.
So if we don't do the 180, we have to do the 10% in my opinion. So we either do the 1 for 7 days, 180-day cap, that will slow them down. If you don't put the 180 in there, you have to put the 10% in to slow it down. Otherwise, you're not going to slow them down. I believe.
I can get on board on the 180. I don't think I can get on board with the 10%.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, so the 180, I would be willing to tumble on the 10% with the 180. Because that will potentially slow it down. Somebody's gonna have to decide what part of the year that they're gonna rent versus all year round. New people.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it, but there's.
And next year, when the citizens are out front with pitchforks and torches, fortunately, there's a fire station here.
They'll all reassemble.
Okay, so R1 new is 7 days, 180 days. The 1 and 7, and then the 180.
So 7 days per month?
One rental
One
per
rental
7 days.
per week, up
Okay.
to 7 days, for periods of 7 consecutive days or more, but less than 30 days. Yeah. Okay.
Then 180 days, and everything else is just grandfathered?
Yep.
But if you have 3 violations, you lose your grandfather?
2.
Yeah.
We changed it to 2 at the board.
That's what the proposal was. I think where I'd want clarification
Right, and I think we should clarify exactly what that is.
is that the warning count is one, because if the warning counts as one, then 2
Then
is
we need
good.
3.
If the warning doesn't,
Okay, that's chapter 18. And you're right, Denise, I think right now it says 2 violations. We changed that. Okay.
So moved. And no, don't read it to me, Janelle.
You need a second?
I need a second.
Seconded.
DJ, Nate seconded it. Okay.
Motion by Berto, second by Bell. Any further discussion? That we send this to the village board for their purview. All those in favor respond with 9. Aye. Opposed, carried. Agenda 7A, driveway request, the Northern House, 10414 Fieldcrest Road. Julie,
All right, so the Northern House, I think we're all familiar with them. They have a utility easement towards the north side of their property, and they would like to gravel that easement and use it for trucks, et cetera, for access to the facility. It would not be used by the public. In order to do that and to run the driveway out to the road, it would constitute a second driveway on the property, which is not allowed and needs the plan commission's approval.
I drove out there this afternoon. I really don't like the extra driveway, and I don't see why we couldn't just hang a driveway off of the current one. I didn't realize how sparse the landscaping was on the, I don't know, where's north here?
North would be to the left of the property when you're pulling in the driveway.
Okay, I mean, there's absolutely, that there's an attempt to landscape, but it's pretty.
I actually inspected the landscaping. The landscaping is per the plan that was approved.
Wow.
really? Because that was a pretty intense.
The only thing is, they had like some little guest houses and stuff they were gonna do that they didn't go through with. So that part of it. didn't
In
happen,
this
but-
area, I thought that they were all back here.
No, I'm not saying that, Errol, I'm just saying when I looked at the whole property for compliance with the landscaping plan. That was the only one that didn't happen, and it's because they decided not to proceed with that part of the project.
Well, that, just, who did we just change the development agreement for? No, the medical center, because the development agreement said that they had to put in a sidewalk. Now they didn't, because they put it in property that they didn't own, which was ridiculous. That's here nor there. So we went back and amended the development agreement. So if the cottages aren't being built, shouldn't we have to amend the development agreement?
No, because they just. It expired, they can't do it.
Oh, that it expired. Got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Did you want her to make the presentation?
Hi, guys.
Hi, Sarah.
It's great to be back. It's been a while. Can I say?
No,
hi?
no, don't lie to us. Don't tell us it's great to be back. You've been sitting here for hours.
Baby, I've got to feed her, I've got to be honest, but, can I just say kind of the logic behind it and,
Or is
Sure.
it not my time?
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
So currently, kind of the orange part is what we're allowed to do and hang a road off of the driveway, right? We would eliminate 250 feet of an unnecessary gravel road and disturbing all of these trees that we actually planted over 300 trees on the property and actually gone above what the landscaping had originally required. So it's heartbreaking for me to hear that, but I totally respect everyone's decision. But in my mind, this would be less disruption, more visually and aesthetically pleasing overall, and not disrupt all this green space. And the reason for this is it's not going to be accessible by guests or anything. I've already talked to the neighbors on that side. It's really just for access to this side of the building. I also think that it would be beneficial not only for fire and safety, God forbid we ever need it, but this is just another opportunity in an emergency situation is the other beneficial thing I see present worthwhile.
So the way you have it drawn, Sarah, and it comes in off of Fieldcrest, and it goes straight.
Yeah.
And then it takes a right angle, 90-degree angle to meet up with the building.
The X's that you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The
So
reason for
isn't that gonna be unattractive from,
Well, the reason for that is because there's currently an access there already. There's currently a drive, which is what the power company is driving on. So there's like an orange stake, if anyone drove there, orange stake is there. There's a way for a car to drive in. So it's already there. I just am trying to gravel and hopefully one day blacktop it, hopefully soon. It's just a cost thing.
no, I'm talking about the 90-degree angle with the two X's going towards the building.
Oh, right there.
Yes.
Well, that is the purpose of the access. That's the purpose of the road is to go right in this, to get to this side of the building.
There's a fenced in area there. Is that where the kitchen is?
Yes, correct. Yes, so, it's not only the power utility easement, it's also access to the building in that area for our kitchen, which is what I put in my.
And so this is
reason for it.
vendors only?
For vendors only, or for utility, this is where the utility is, so if anybody needed to get there. But truly, I think that this road would be accessed like 50 times total a year. This is not gonna be a
So we're
road
talking
any guests can use.
deliveries Monday through Friday.
They would come in through the main driveway. This is
How
for,
about putting, the only way I will go for this, because I'm not in favor of a second drive. But I also think it's ridiculous to have over 200 additional feet of gravel going parallel to Fieldcrest.
thank you, because I think it's gonna kill the aesthetic.
And if you could put up a cute little swing gate.
With tulips.
I love it too.
Daffodils, come on.
Smart.
Daffodil.
Yeah. I would,
Sorry.
I could go for that.
Whatever you said.
So that it could be closed off, that nobody could access it, because you should only be getting deliveries Monday through Friday. And unless there's,
And it's just sorry, and I don't mean, I think you're like on the positive trajectory, so I don't mean to like backtrack, but it's not even for deliveries. Deliveries would come in through the main road. So it won't even be accessed during like that often. It would be less than that. It would be like it'd probably be less, probably like 50 times a year maximum that this road would actually be accessed. But it's that important to actually get access to the building for our catering vendors and for an emergency safety option in my mind. So just wanted to clarify that. So I don't know if that just hurt me, but it's just truthful.
no, I just think that, I know that you had an extensive landscaping plan when you originally came here. Gravel is not attractive, but asphalt's not attractive either.
Yeah. And sorry, and the only other thing about this that makes me happy is that, because it kills me to put in any type of road like this, because I'm in the business of aesthetics. The grass, in May, it's about this high. We let our grass grow natural till November, and then we have somebody come in and completely plow. So it'll only really be visually seen. It'll be hidden by the grass like,
Stands forever.
for a very long time, and the why, I mean, it really will, I wouldn't do it.
Okay. Okay.
And also the neighbors were happy that it's really almost 90 feet away from the lot line. And that berm, although it looks short from field crest, it is, we put in 16-foot mature trees, and that was 4 years ago, they've grown. The berm is 6 feet tall. So I know it's really hard with a property that's 30 acres to really put something substantial in. That really is like, without it being a full mature tree to actually show up, but we did follow the plan.
How deep would the apron be?
When you pull in.
Yeah.
It's 20 feet based on the need to pull in, and then it goes down to a 12-foot.
No, I mean, like, there's gonna be an asphalt or a concrete apron that's right above the road. How
I
far?
don't know the answer, to be honest. I don't know what's required.
What is, the 6 feet?
I might have to look at how wide a right of way is there.
I guess my concern on there is gravel making it out of the road.
Oh, I understand.
And that was our neighbor's concern, and they said they have kids next door, so the neighbor thing, like, I hope you guys have heard, we really tried to go above and beyond. They said, can you put up a 5-mile-per-hour sign? And I said, I'll put it in all the contracts with our vendors that will be accessing the road, that if they go above, 5 miles, they're no longer working with us. So we want that to be an overkill, because people, are on the property, of course. So I don't want gravel flying either.
I don't know how wide that apron would be there, but I'm guessing, what is that road? It's maybe a 60-foot wide road, so 30 to center might have about 10, 12 feet.
I guess I'd want it to be, my head was saying at least 6 feet off of the edge of the road. So whatever it is, whatever you deem as appropriate, one,
Yeah.
at least 6 feet.
Yeah, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna require it from the road surface to her right-of-way line.
Okay.
Well, we could go further than that. We can go beyond the right of way line. If we want to.
I don't know that we need to. I mean, I just want to see it so that, like, the amount of gravel that ends up
There's
on roads.
Yeah, there's a
From
tree
private
line
driveways
there
as well.
already, and if you could just get to that.
Hmm.
Yeah. Probably get over the culvert.
Yeah, over the culvert.
Right.
Is there a culvert there?
There,
Oh,
The culvert will have to be put in, won't it?
Yeah.
With a driveway permit.
Yeah.
Right.
You intended to do that, Sarah, right, from what you told
yeah,
me?
because on the village application, it said if there's a culvert next to it, which our current drive has one, that we'd have to install it. So I had already talked to
Okay.
the team about that.
All right, excellent.
So if you're inclined to approve this, you might want to think about 2 conditions, one being an apron from the road surface to the right-of-way line. And then we have the condition that it's no patron access. Make sure patrons are not using that access.
I want a decorative gate. Well, I don't know, if it looked like, just one of those white ones that have the X on it. It could look like it's a horse farm or something. I don't know. Instead of just having an opening. Or does that draw more attention to it than just an opening that you?
I was going to ask you, won't that draw more attention?
But you won't see how many hundreds of feet of gravel road going nowhere with a gate.
well, just assume behind that we've continued to pave Paradise.
It's getting late.
You can tell it's getting,
I will make that motion, that we approve it with those 3 conditions.
Just
Second.
a gate, a random gate. There's nothing.
The decorative gate.
Decorative gate.
Sarah has nice taste. She's not gonna put up something.
With also a strong suggestion that you put lots of the daffodils, also known as daffodils, in the area.
Those wildflowers.
I made that request in over a decade.
I second the motion.
All those in favor respond with an aye.
Thank
Opposed,
you.
motion carried.
That wasn't part of the motion.
Thank you for being patient, Sarah.
No problem, I appreciate it.
Okay,
Don't take care of the-
agenda. I think this is wrong because I'm not looking over anything. 7B, propane tank review, the Shoals Mosaic Development.
Hey, so, I'm not sure if you've driven by it, but you've probably seen the propane tank sitting out there. The development agreement for the Mosaic Development said that before they put it down, they had to get approval from the plan commission. And that was just a little oversight, so I said, well, stop, don't do anything further, we gotta go back to the plan commission, since that was in the development agreement. So it's before you for your approval, there was no other stipulations or anything on that development agreement related to the propane tank. But just so you know, once you approve the location, it is gonna have to be screened, vegetative screener with some type of.
And because there's
fence or
not enough
something.
room in the side yard setback,
They could, it's just that it's pretty tight on that side. When you look at
And-
the lot line, it's pretty tight.
why could it not go in one of the other very open areas?
I don't know, just gonna try and have someone here
Oh, I'm
today.
here.
She's here.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. Can I answer?
Oh, yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead, Marissa.
So, I mean, well, a couple of things. So it was side or rear, but the side is super tight. You have to be 30 feet from the building.
Okay,
So there wasn't enough space there.
how many feet?
30. And it is. Oh,
Well, it looks like it's 14
yeah, it
feet.
does, but they did say that. I'm just seeing that too. Well, that's interesting. Well, that must not be the case, but then let's say,
She only has 10 feet from the building to that proposed, or to that CSM property line. So she'd have to fit that propane tank. The width of the propane tank would be,
would just be so tight, I think, in there.
it'd be over the lot.
But it will be screened. There is, the landscape berm, you'll see, that one's going to be really screened. Because that one, if you look at the landscape plan, is embedded in the bed.
So this is the tank that we can see from 57. It's not the one behind the clubhouse? Or is this the one behind the clubhouse?
I assumed you cared about the one by 57. They're all gonna be screened, but that one's especially screened in the berm.
Development agreement, didn't mention multiple ones.
Ruh-roh.
They have to be though, because you can't service all the buildings with one tank.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand. I'm just saying the development agreement didn't talk about multiple tanks.
So why did we not just bury this tank?
The rock bed's too high.
We had to do a lot of blasts, you know, in that area for the road.
And burying, as I found out, is not sometimes the best thing to do. Being able to see a tank and its age and its wear.
No.
But, okay. But where's the landscaping plan?
Was that, did you put that one in there?
It's the same things.
Okay. Oh, I thought they would have just, okay. I was looking for something zeroing in on it.
Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion to approve as presented.
Okay, so what plan did we want to approve?
The one that was submitted in the packet.
Okay, so there, is
Whatever plan I'm looking at.
there a title on this?
Page-
C 1.1 or C 1.4?
Whatever's on page 157.
Okay,
I'll second that.
If my computer loads, I'll be able to tell you. C14,
Okay, thank you.
motion by Berto, second by Bell. All those in favor, respond with an eye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for being patient and waiting all night. Sorry.
Well, very interesting.
That's one word for it, right?
Yeah, we've got a few more.
7C, fence request, Northern Door Child Care Center, 10520 Judith Blazer Drive.
All right, so, we authorized an expansion with the childcare center. We get more kids, they need more playground area, which means they need to put in fencing. They have to keep the children separate from the automobiles. So, what you have before you is what would be the fence extension. It will still be shielded from the highway by landscaping. The fencing they're using it's a green chain link fence, basically.
Yeah, it's ugly.
It is ugly, but that's what you allowed on the other part of it.
Yeah, but that was how many years ago?
The only good news here is that I drove out there, those trees between are mature. They're a good 15-20 feet, so you probably won't see, the only place you're really gonna see it is from,
Country Walk.
yeah. Can we say landscape that?
Sure.
So there is, because that was one of my questions, there is going to be playground equipment in this.
Yes, I specifically asked. Have it in writing. Send it for the children.
Trying to remember. The building is pale yellow with green trim, right?
Right.
So this green matches the green trim. I make a motion to approve as presented.
I second.
Landscaping?
With landscaping on Country Walk.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor respond with an eye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Okay, so who seconded that one?
Gretzmacher. 7D, road name request, the Cove Condominium 10620 Little Sister Road.
All right, so right
No brainer, I'm not gonna let you talk.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, respond with an eye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
Thank you.
7. Oh, thank you.
Here.
You might save me
I'm
money
just-
prices.
I was gonna say, I give Lance credit for signing that one himself. He said one of his underlings anyway.
Lance came up with the name too, so.
Aren't you glad you sat through?
Yeah. I'll say you don't play his that.
Conditional use permit preliminary review 1211 Line Bar 10339 State Highway 57.
All right, so we now have a section in our code for outdoor entertainment facilities. So 1211 has applied for a conditional use permit for an outdoor entertainment facility. And we always do a preliminary review before it gets scheduled. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about this property because we've had some concerns in the past. So there were.
But now we have Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
We banned him.
so they've worked really hard to resolve the concerns that are out there. They actually, the asphalt was supposed to be poured last week.
They prepped it today and I'll be back.
Yeah, I did see that. It was supposed to be installed last week and then it got extended to this week, but they've been really trying hard to get the asphalt in before this meeting actually, so they were compliant. They did sign the development agreement. There's the propane tank had to be screened. They screened that. They've done everything we've asked. So now we can entertain an application and just move forward, right? Put things behind us and move forward. So what they're looking to do is, use the existing patio area outside the wine bar for outdoor entertainment. And it would be, they usually do like sax or acoustic, they don't do like the hard rock or the loud stuff you would hear downtown. They do have enough parking out there because when this is in operation, the hoop house is not used. And the outdoor entertainment facility requires the same amount of parking as a wine bar. So the parking was approved for it as wine bar, so parking's not an issue if they stay on that patio.
I couldn't tell, how large is the patio, Carl?
It's got, what is it, 25 feet across and then cut like a semicircle, so probably, well, probably 15 feet out and I would say 30 feet across.
30 by 450, 500 square feet, give or take?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I know there's a condition that Julie and we talked about roping that area
Right,
off.
right. Yeah. And does this allow amplified music?
It could unless you condition it. They do have a decibel reader that they're using out there. It could, I mean, usually, even if you have an acoustic guitar player, there's some type of amplification that's going on now, hooked up to their guitar, so. That is something we could talk when we get to the conditional use permit or share our concerns now.
There was a few complaints last year
There
that
was,
were
yeah.
pretty far across the field. So,
Which I think we're in the process of remedying them because we're putting garage doors on the hoop building, which will keep the sound in.
okay, so you were channeling it.
What's that?
You were probably just channeling it in the center.
Yeah, it was acting like a tunnel out the end of it.
That's from a wedding, not from.
That was from,
all
yeah.
other music at all. That was purely from a DJ in the hoop
Yeah.
house where it was channeling out for sure. But none of this had anything to do with music on the back patio of 1211.
So,
Liz Wiesop, the general manager.
so that DJ, will they be back this year in some other form?
There was, I don't know that particular one, but now we have the noise, the sound meter that we can monitor. We didn't do that at the beginning, the first
Okay.
couple of events.
And there are.
After that, we did get a monitor and to track it and keep bands or DJs that are at the correct level.
Okay, so whatever then complaints that came the village's way and obviously your way last
Right.
year had to do with functions in the hoop building,
Correct.
nothing on the patio.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Just to be clear, Carl, this isn't gonna be, music and bands like they have at Husby's and.
No, absolutely not. It's like folk
Eric,
music,
yeah.
a jazz.
It's Eric, he's a
Sax.
sax teacher at Gibraltar, he plays the sax like once a week. I have John Lewis, who sits there and doesn't sing, he literally just plays acoustic, like it's more like background.
Is this mostly on the weekends or?
It's
This
Thursday,
is
Friday,
week.
Saturday from 5 to 7.
We wouldn't do it on the weekends because we need the hoop for events.
Right.
So it wouldn't be on a Saturday and it's usually mid-afternoon, like.
So it's only 5 to 7?
That's it.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
That's what it's been for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, the complaints we heard were like
Those were
9, 10
from-
o'clock at night, so.
Yeah, those were definitely wet.
They were playing after 10 o'clock at night was part of the problem too,
Yeah,
what we heard.
11 as well.
Yeah, and parking, and then the parking on the highway because of the crowds.
I have no problems. So we can go to public hearing. Anybody else?
All right. That's good. So we'll schedule that for public hearing and.
Hopefully we'll have a shorter agenda next month, Carl, for you.
That'd be good.
Well,
You should be first on the agenda.
I hope they made me dinner back at their house.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
good thing
bring
is you'll
some
be
back
first.
here. My
I was gonna
stomach
say,
is
bring
growling.
You know,
All right, so we need a motion to send to public hearings. So moved.
Second,
second by Schmitz, all in favor, respond with an eye. Opposed? Carried. Next meeting Tuesday, June 27th at 5:30. Make a motion to adjourn at 10:06.
We talk about 9 quick.
First, oh, I didn't have the new, see, I'm going off the, yeah, no.
Much as I wanna go home.
Oh, yeah,
Before you get
strong town. Oh, you're coming.
Before you start that, Nate, I just, on number 8, I just want to add real quick. We're probably gonna start our land use planning update next month. And start doing some work on special meetings, yada, yada. I know you're all excited. We'll probably have to talk about that.
Special meetings, not in June and July and August.
Well, we have to start our land use planning process, so we'll
I think
try and do as much, we'll make it as least painful as possible, but we have a grant deadline to get that plan completed in.
Okay, just so you know, I can only make it Mondays or Tuesdays, that's it.
I don't think I can make it at all, because I really don't want to do it.
Well, I think that might be more fruitful to be done virtually. Something like that, especially when we don't, like, I follow along better as presenter and I'm looking at my own screen.
Because we've done it already, what I would like to see us do is just for staff and the consultants, just to get as far as we possibly can until you hit a point where you're like, we really need committee input now. Let's just bring these couple items here and keep it rolling, because otherwise I think we'll never get it done.
Because we will get bogged down in the weeds.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I've got something that's been bothering me.
Yeah,
Robert's Rules of Order. Aren't all motions supposed to be in the positive? So when, like Marge moved to deny, it's supposed to be that you're going to move to accept, and then people deny the acceptance.
We've done denials, I mean, like, we've been doing that ever since I've been on the board and on the plan.
I
So we
think,
might have
I
screwed up
think
for a
with
long time
Roberts,
on.
it's
We need to check that.
supposed to be
so then
that
the
all motions
motion would be to accept what?
to accept the rezoning. It would be that.
But we didn't accept the rezoning.
No,
But you'd make the motion.
you make the
positive,
motion.
Oh, to accept, oh, and then vote no.
And
then
go
you vote
negative.
no.
We have to, I think
do
it's
know
clear.
it's- That's interesting. I know when it's a
I thought
tie,
about that. I made the motion. I did.
I mean, that's.
We'll look into it.
Look into it.
I know you only have-
it's just something that grates on me when
And you didn't make
I.
when you only have like
Didn't hit
4
me.
members and there's a chance of a tie, I know you have to phrase it that way.
Yeah.
Because a no vote is a yes vote when it's a tie. Anyways, keep going. I'll check.
So Nate's going out of town.
So I'm going to Charlotte, North Carolina next week for the Strong Towns National Gathering. It's an organization that deals with planning and zoning of small and medium-sized towns and villages and cities. And I don't know exactly what I'm gonna learn there, but I'm hoping to learn a lot. I'm wondering if there's anything specific you guys want me to look out for.
Yep, STRs, and what are they doing?
How they handle it.
I was thinking, so my biggest one is housing. You see what other folks are doing about housing.
Well, I knew that would be your number one, yeah.
Housing, I mean, STRs, see how other people are managing it. And then parking and transportation, the other thing I was looking at, but I don't know if there's other stuff that.
I mean, STRs though is to a certain degree, unless they're really doing something creative, I mean, most states are not bound by Act 67 or something similar that handcuff our hands.
Or have tourist issues like we have.
I'd also like to recommend Strong Towns website. Because I've been getting a lot of stuff from them and they've got some really great articles about how other small communities handle many of the things we talk about. And so, you have nothing else to read.
Spent 5 hours on the package thing, 5
I know.
hours.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying.
Do you have some time you can give me?
That was just on minutes. Well, of all the letters we got, and we should have probably thanked everybody, most of them were nicely written.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there were 11 though that said, we don't like your provisions. They didn't say what they didn't like, they just said, we don't like it, right, but anyway. What's going on with Zelensky's house?
I think we should let Nate.
Yeah, so
finish.
I think that Julie's gonna give me some sort of back sheet, hopefully I'll catch up from you on Friday, or hopefully you're not here Saturday this week, but.
No, I'm not, and I won't be here Friday, cause I'm 59.
Oh.
Actually, I have to take my
Happy
dog in
birthday.
for shots.
But if you could just set it out, I'll try and get in there on Friday and grab whatever. you-
Oh, I'll just email it to you.
Oh.
Put it together. So I would like to know, more about how people are making provisions for low-income families to improve the quality of life for low-income families in their neighborhoods. Whether that be neighborhood parks or. Sorry, as you can tell, I'm still a little raw about not
Yeah.
having a neighborhood park for the poor people. 53% of your people live day to day. We need to give them a park. Those kids need a park,
And the
people.
park doesn't belong there, more housing belongs there.
We need a park in south side of Terrain.
Yes, where the poor people live, the families live, where you're building
It's good that
new
this is
homes.
still active in the meeting, we're gonna get this all in the minutes.
Now stop typing.
Or somebody could name.
As a matter of fact, I was looking forward to Keith Garrett getting approved, so we
We're
could
still
say,
in the meeting.
Yeah.
So we will make a motion to adjourn.
I thought we already had. Oh, we tried to, and then we forgot Nate. I'm sorry. Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Okay, now we're on the meeting.
Aye.